serve you much, much better. So I would focus on the foundations, I would focus with science then, I would develop a love for reading, including by reading so-called junk food that you're not supposed to read, you don't have to read your classics. That is the foundation for your self-education.
What did you mean when you said that doing is faster than watching?
When it comes to your learning curve, if you want to optimize your learning curve, one of the reasons why I don't love podcasts, even though I'm a generator of podcasts, is that I like to consume my information very quickly. And now I'm a good reader, a fast reader, and I can read very fast, but I can only listen at a certain speed. I know people listen to 2x, 3x, but everyone sounds like a chipmunk. And it's hard to go back, it's hard to highlight, it's hard to pinpoint snippets and save them in your notebook and so on. Similarly, a lot of people think they can become really skilled at something by watching others do it, or even by reading about others doing it. And going back to business school case study, that's a classic example. They study other people's businesses, but in reality, you're going to learn a lot more about running a business by operating your own lemonade stand or equivalent, or even opening a little retail store down the street. That is how you're going to learn on the job, because a lot of the subtleties don't express themselves until you're actually running the business. For example, everyone's now into mental models these days, right? You go to Farnham Street, you go to Poor Charlie's Almanac, and you can learn all the different mental models. But which ones matter more? Which ones do you apply more often? Which ones matter in which circumstances? That's actually the hard part. For example, my personal learning has been that the principal agent problem drives so much in this world. It's an incentives problem. I've learned that tit for tat, the Prisoner's Dilemma, is the piece of game theory that is worth knowing the most. You can literally almost put down the game theory book after that. By the way, the best way to learn game theory is to play lots of games. I never even read game theory books. I consider myself extremely good at game theory. I've never opened up a game theory book and found a result from there where I was like, oh yeah, that's common sense to me. Because the reason is I just grew up playing all kinds of games and I ran into all kinds of corner cases with all kinds of friends. And so it's just second nature to me. So you can always learn better by doing on the job. But the doing is a subtle thing. That word doing encapsulates a lot. So for example, let's say I want to learn how to run a business. Well, if I start a business where I go in every day and I'm doing the same thing, let's say I'm running a retail store down the street where I'm stocking the shelves with...
Let's go start. Okay, 第一个 to break up and move, 所以 use it to mesh machine 这里没读出 machine or your hands okay, to break up and move, so I use it to a machine or your hands digging the garden is good exercise to form machine. To begin to exist, to begin to exist, or to make something begin to exist, or to make something begin to exist, to begin to exist, to begin to form, to heal, to form or heal, to begin to exist. To begin to exist, or to make something begin to exist. Or move, by moving slowly. By moving slowly. By moving slowly. Okay, by moving slowly. They turn slowly. Tunnel. Okay, are you now passive? Okay. So you're using a tool, a machine, or a pen. Taking the gun is good exercise. Taking the current is good exercise to form a hill by moving through the tunnel was dark. Tunnel was dark with the eight. I guess about when they ate our workers. She went to the eight man. Eight support. I will use some support. Using add up to my men. Okay, eight. Support eight. Our hearing machine. A group of large machines. All the parts are in machine and then people. A group of large machines. Machinery. Okay. Machines. Our group of large. Or the part of a or the parts of a machine that make it work, that make it work. The diagnostic approach to handling is it's poor. It's poor. Similar. Overpowered machines. Overpowered like with the aid of hip machine. Okay, the diagnostic a hole to head its body. The prisoners are made to dig holes and food them. Yes, failed that space to make or become to make or become full fail to use empty space to use first and since I've heard the bucket with alcohol is tank thing. She failed to make milk. I couldn't hurt. She failed the most her final. She failed most. She failed most of her most to put a substance into an empty space. To put a substance into an empty space. All the cracks in the plastic. All the cracks in the plastic. Okay, we failed with these cakes are filled with wine. Fail. To put a substance into a hole. Substance into a hole in a toast to observe it. Substance material particular substance Yes. So you go. Limits. So good. Compliant. Go. So status. Substance below status was to merge. Fair. Okay. I feel that okay. The ground was frozen. I'll do this. Too simple. No, because to be so fix it. Bullshit. Well done. They plant was full. They plant was full. They found was frozen hard and there was in hospital and there was in hospital Shallow. Okay, shallow. Okay, lift up. Shallow. Pit. Shallow. Not deep. So having on a short, having on a short distance from our top point. So not deep. They dug a shallow pit and threw their body into it. They dug a shallow, having on a short distance from the top to the bottom. Space. The amount of space between two places. The amount of space between two places.两个地方 space. What is distance? What's the distance between it travel quite distance. It travel quite distance for long to wait. It travel quite distance. Does a single way the walking distance? Does a single way the walking distance? At a point that is far man behave that should be considered interesting space. There is no space between two places. What space between two places. Present. This place. Distance. Present distance. Retain was the present Definitions are made to do so. There are amount of space between two places. Not very distant between distance. Shallow, not deep. Having only a short distance from our top to the top. Not deep. Having only a short. Shallow pit and through the body into it. The dark a shallow pit and through the body into it. Shallow pit. The doors are steep, tall, steep, large hole in the ground or a satin Please, we're not hearing or outside or low or near a new surface. The tag is dug is shallow. The dug is shallow. The dug is shallow. The dug is shallow. The dug is shallow. And through the body good. And just through the body and through the body so through the body through the center and through the body and the dog shadow it and through the body is into it. Search to search someone when you are looking for an object or information he dug into his pocket and took out a few coins as a dug deeper into his past the dug is shallow hit and through the valid into it. Okay, which is necessary to Harry. Forward, minus.我好像，哎呀，走错了 ，accuse murder。哦。等会儿我好像搞错了。不对，就是第11页。Right. Okay, the passage. Okay. To search some words. To search some word when you are looking for an object or information. He dug into his pocket. He dug into his pocket and took out a few coins. And took out a few coins. Pocket. He dug into his pocket as past. As I dug deeper into his past, found out more about it. As I dug deeper into his past, I realized that I realized user to refer to profiles were nasties when shows investments are sold as opposed to an increase for reduction in their right without seeing them. And also okay. Realize become a way to understand situation. Sometimes we start become a wow. To understand a situation, sometimes a particular time or place. Such as things that are happening on the condition that exists at a particular time and place. Realize to understand. Okay. To understand a situation. 这个听起来好想睡觉。What's deep? This window make me what's deep? To understand a situation, sometimes sudden. To understand a situation. Sometimes sudden, sometimes sudden, sometimes sudden. Okay. I didn't realize I didn't understand. I didn't realize 这个人者这个理解吗？理解吗？ OK， 我看一下。As a deeper into his past, as a dug deeper into his past. I realized that I realized that 这种，你看，理解有这种分成就是。I realized that there was a lot about his man that I didn't know. I realized that there was a lot about his man that I didn't know. 我理解，我不理解。To achieve something you were hoping for. Sometimes someone will fails money. Realize to be sold for a particular amount. To be sold for a particular amount of money. To become a ruler, or understand, or to become a ruler, or understand, I suppose, or to achieve something you hope for, to achieve things, to succeed in accomplishing something or reach be special or work hard to endurance, which to something you were hoping for. Become aware, understand, to realize. 对形式的理解。Then we do not about that one there was and in that about it means that I didn't know. As I dug deeper into his past. Into his past. As I dug deeper into his past, into his东西进去接触东西。As I dug deeper into his past, I realized that there was a lot about his man that I didn't know. I realized that there was a lot about his man that I didn't know. As I dug deeper into his past, I realized that there was a lot about his man that I did. 你做到了，不好意思，做不到。As I dug deeper into his past, found out more about it. I realized that there was enough about his man that I didn't know。怎么理解这个东西 ？Become aware. Become aware. I realized. Yeah, I realized. Become aware. I realized that I learned about his melody. Okay, as I realized situation. To understand a situation, sometimes sudden. I realized that I can understand. Achieve something you were hoping, or to achieve something success after. Okay. To achieve something you were hoping for. To be sold for a particular amount. To be sold for a particular money. To be sold for a particular sometimes. Become aware. To become aware. To know it. Aware. Knowing that something exists. Having knowledge or experience a particular thing. Knowing that something exists, or having knowledge or experience particular thing. Knowing that something exists, or having knowledge or experience a particular thing. Okay, I realized to understand the situation. Sometimes sudden. Knowing that something exists. Become with. Knowing that something exists, or have knowledge or experience of particular thing, or experience of a particular thing.
And liquor every single day, I'm not going to learn that much because I'm repeating things a lot. So I'm putting in thousands of hours, but there are thousands of hours doing the same thing. Whereas if I was putting in thousands of iterations, that would be different. So learning curve is across iterations. So if I was trying new marketing experiments in the store all the time, I was constantly changing out the inventory, I was constantly changing out the branding and the messaging, I was constantly changing the sign, I was constantly changing the online channels that are used to drive foot traffic in, I was experimenting with being open at different hours. If I even had the ability to walk around and talk to other store owners and get into their books and figure out how they're running the business, it's the number of iterations that drives the learning curve. So the more iterations you can have, the more shots on goal you can have, the faster you're going to learn. It's not just about the hours put in. It's actually a combination of the two, but I think just the way we're built and the way that the world presents itself, the world offers us very easily the opportunity to do the same thing over and over and over again. But really, we'd be better served if we went off and found ways to do new things from scratch. And doing something new the first time is painful because you're wandering into uncertain territory and high odds are that you will fail. So you just have to get very, very comfortable with frequent small failures. You know, Nassim Taleb talks about this also. He made his fortune, his wealth, by being a trader who relied upon black swans. Nassim Taleb made money by essentially losing little bits of money every day, and then once in a blue moon, he would make a lot of money by the unthinkable happen. Whereas most people want to make little bits of money every day, and in exchange, they'll tolerate lots of growth risk. They'll tolerate going completely bankrupt. We're not evolved to bleed a little bit every day. If you're out in a natural environment and you get a cut, and you're literally bleeding a little bit every day, you will eventually die. You have to stop that cut. We're evolved for small victories all the time, but that becomes very expensive. That's where the crowd is, that's where the herd is. So if you're willing to bleed a little bit every day, but in exchange you will win big later, you'll do better. That is, by the way, entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs bleed every day. They're not making money, they're losing money, they're constantly stressed out. All the responsibilities upon them, but when they win big. On average, they'll make more.
So why don't we jump into accountability, which I thought was pretty interesting, and I think you have your own unique take on it. So the first tweet on accountability was embrace accountability and take business risks under your own name. Society will reward you with responsibility, equity, and leverage.
Yeah, so to get rich, you're going to need leverage, and leverage comes in labor, it comes in capital, or it can come through code or media. But most of these, like labor and capital, people have to give to you. For labor, somebody has to follow you. For capital, somebody has to give you money or assets to manage or machines. So to get these things, you have to build up credibility, and you have to do those under your own name as much as possible, which is risky. So accountability is a double-edged thing. It allows you to take credit when things go well and to bear the brunt of the failure when things go badly. So in that sense, people who are stamping their names on things aren't foolish, they're just confident. Maybe it turned out to be foolish in the end, but if you look at a Kanye or an Oprah or a Trump or an Elon or anyone like that, these people can get rich just off their name because their name is such powerful branding. Regardless of what you think of Trump, you have to realize that the guy was among the best in the world at just branding his name. Why would you go to Trump Casino? It used to be because of Trump. Why would you go to Trump Tower? Because of Trump. When it came time to vote, I think there were a lot of voters who just went in and said Trump. They recognized the name. So the name recognition paid off. Same thing with Oprah. She puts her brand on something, her name on something, and it flies off the shelves, and it's like instant validator. But these people also take risks for putting their name out there. Obviously, Trump is now probably hated by half or more than half of the country and by a big chunk of the world. He puts his name out there. By putting your name out there, you become a celebrity, and fame has many, many downsides. It's better to be anonymous and rich than to be poor and famous, but even famous and rich has a lot of downsides associated with it. You're always in the public eye. So accountability is quite important. When you're working to build a product, or you're working in a team, or you're working in a business, we are constantly drummed into our heads how important it is to be part of a team, and absolutely agree with that. A lot of our training socially is telling us to not stick our necks out of the crowd. There's a saying that I hear from Australian friends that the tall cotton gets cut, right? Don't stick your neck out. But I would say that actually a really, really well-functioning team is small and has clear accountability for each of the different portions. Like, so you can say, okay, this person is responsible for building the product, this person is responsible for the messaging, this person is responsible for raising money, this person is responsible for the pricing strategy and maybe the online advertising. So if somebody screws up, you know exactly who's responsible, while at the same time if something goes really well, you also know exactly who's responsible. So if you have a small team and you have clearly delineated responsibilities, then you can still keep a very high level of accountability. And accountability is really important because when something succeeds or fails, if it fails, everybody points fingers at each other, and if it succeeds, everybody steps forward to take credit. And we've all had that experience when we were in school, and we got like a group assignment to do, and there were people in there, there were probably a few people in there who did a lot of the work, and then there were a few people who just did a lot of grandstanding or positioning to do the work. So we're all familiar with this from a childhood sense, but it is uncomfortable to talk about. But clear accountability is important. Without accountability, you don't have incentives. Without accountability, you can't build credibility, but you take risk. So you take risk of failure, you take risk of humiliation, you take risk of failure under your own name, which, luckily in modern society, there's no more debtor's prison and people don't go to jail or get executed for losing other people's money, but we're still socially hardwired to not fail in public under our own names. And the people who have the ability to fail in public under their own names actually gain a lot of power. For example, I'll give a personal anecdote. Up until about 2013, 2014, my public persona was entirely around startups and investing. And only around 2014, 2015 did I start talking about philosophy and psychological things and broader things. And it made me a little nervous because I was doing it under my own name. And there were definitely people in the industry who sent me messages through the back channel like, what are you doing? You're ending your career. This is stupid. And I just went with it. I took a risk. Same with crypto early on. I took a risk. But when you put your name out there, you take a risk with certain things, you also get to reap the rewards, you get the benefits. Accountability is important because that's how you're going to get leverage. That's how you're going to get credibility. It's also how you're going to get equity. You're going to get a piece of the business. When you're negotiating with other people, ultimately, if someone else is making a decision about how to compensate you, that decision will be based on how replaceable you are. And if you have high accountability, that makes you less replaceable, and then they have to give you equity, which is a piece of the upside. But equity itself is a good example because equity is also a risk-based instrument. Equity means you get paid everything after all the people who you guaranteed money are paid back. So if you look at the hierarchy of capital in a company, the employees get paid first. They get paid the salary first. Like in a legal proceedings, the salaries are sacrosanct. If you are a board member and a company spends too much money and has back salaries to pay, the government will go after you personally to pay back the salaries. So the employees get the most security, but in exchange for that security, they don't have as much upside. Then next in line would be the debt holders, who are maybe the bankers who lent money to the company for operations, and they need to make their fixed coupon every month or every year, but they don't get much more upside beyond that. Now they might be making 5, 10, 15, 20, 25% a year, but that's where their upside is limited to. And then finally are the equity holders, and these people are actually going to get most of the upside. So once the debt holders are paid off and the salaries are paid off, whatever remains goes to them. But if there isn't enough money to pay off the salaries and the debt holders, or if there's just enough to pay off the salary and the debt holders, which is what happens with most businesses most of the times, the equity holders get nothing. So the equity holders take on greater risk, but then they take on, in exchange, they get nearly unlimited upside. And you can do the same with all of your work. So essentially, taking accountability for your actions is the same as taking an equity position in all of your work. You're essentially taking greater downside risk and greater upside risk. But realize that in modern society, the downside risk is not that large. Even personal bankruptcy can wipe the debts clean. In good ecosystems, I'm most familiar with Silicon Valley, but generally people will forgive failures as long as you are honest and made a high integrity effort. So there's not really that much to fear in terms of failure. And so people should be taking on a lot more accountability than they actually are.
Is accountability actually fragile, or do you really just mean that we're hardwired not to fail in public, so it just feels like it's a fragile thing?
I think it could actually be fragile. Like an example of accountability is you're an airplane pilot. As a captain, you're taking on accountability for the entire plane. Let's say that something goes wrong with the aircraft, you can't later blame it on anyone else. You can't blame it on the steward or the stewardess. You can't blame it on the co-pilot. You're the captain. You're responsible for the ship. And if you screw up, you crash the ship, and there are immediate consequences. In the old days, the captain was expected to go down with the ship. If the ship was sinking, literally the last person who got to get off was the captain. So yeah, I think accountability does come with real risks, but we're talking about in a business context. So the risk here would be that you would probably be the last one to get your capital back out. You'd be the last one to get paid for your time. So, the time that you put in, the capital that you put in the company, these are what are at risk. Even if a business fails and your name's on it, that's not as bad as if it turns out to be an integrity issue. Like your Bernie Madoff, for example, Madoff Investments. That name is never going to be good again in the investment community. You could be Bernie Madoff's great-great-great-grandson. You are not going to go into the investment business because you ruin the family name. So I think these days, the accountability risk with the name happens more around integrity rather than it does around purely economic failure.
The big takeaway for me on accountability is that you will be rewarded directly in proportion with your accountability. I also think this is why people like Taleb rail against CEOs who get rewards without accountability.
Yeah, I mean, Taleb's Skin in the Game is required reading if you want to get anywhere in modern life and understand how modern systems work. Then Skin in the Game would be near the top of my list to read. But yes, accountability, Skin in the Game, these concepts go very closely hand in hand. I think of accountability as reputational skin in the game. It's putting your personal reputation on the line as skin in the game. Accountability is a simple concept. The only part of accountability that may be a little counterintuitive is that we're currently socially brainwashed to not take on accountability, not in a visible way. But I think there are ways to take on accountability where every member of a team can take on accountability for their portion. And that is how you get a well-functioning team while still putting credits and losses in the correct columns.
So why don't we talk a little bit about leverage? The first tweet in the storm was a famous quote from Archimedes, which was, "Give me a lever long enough and a place to stand, and I will move the earth." The next tweet was, "Fortunes require leverage. Business leverage comes from capital, people, and products with no marginal cost of reputation."
Leverage is critical. The reason I stuck an Archimedes quote in there is normally I don't like putting other people's quotes in my Twitter. Like, that doesn't add any value. You can go look up those people's quotes. But this quote I had to put in there because it's just so fundamental. I read it when I was very, very young, and it had a huge impression on me. And we all know what leverage is when we use a seesaw or a lever. We understand how that works physically. But I think what our brains aren't really well evolved to comprehend is how much leverage is possible in modern society and what the newest forms of leverage are. And so the oldest form of leverage is labor, which is people working for you. So instead of me lifting rocks, I can have 10 people lift rocks. And just by my guidance on where the rocks should go, a lot more rocks get moved than I can do myself. Everybody understands this because we're evolved to understand the labor form of leverage. And so what happens is society overvalues labor as a form of leverage. This is why your parents are impressed when you get a promotion and you have lots of people working underneath you. This is why when a lot of naive people, when you tell them about your company, they'll say how many people work there. They'll use that as a way to establish credibility. They're trying to measure how much leverage and impact you actually have. Or when someone starts a movement, they'll say how many people they have or how big the army is. We just automatically assume that more people is better. But I would argue that this is the worst form of leverage that you could possibly use. Managing other people is incredibly messy. It requires tremendous leadership skills. You're one short hop from a mutiny or getting eaten or torn apart by the mob. It's incredibly competed over. Entire civilizations have been destroyed over this fight. For example, communism, Marxism, is all about the battle between capital and labor, das Kapital and das Labor, right? So it's a trap. So you really want to stay out of labor-based leverage. You want the minimum amount of people working with you that are going to allow you to use the other forms of leverage, which I would argue are much more interesting. The second type of leverage is capital. And this one's a little less hardwired into us because large amounts of money moving around and being saved and being invested in money markets, these are inventions of human beings the last few hundred to few thousand years. They're not evolved with us for hundreds of thousands of years. So we understand them a little bit less well. They probably require more intelligence to use correctly, and the ways in which we use them keep changing. Management skills from 100 years ago might still apply today, but investing in the stock market skills from 100 years ago probably don't apply at the same level today. So capital is a trickier form of leverage to use for modern. It's one that people have used.
Okay. Imagine that there is no about the face control. To have a projective opinion without single or something. To have a projective single or something. I would opinion. to have a projector or relator to have a logical opinion or some origin. Or face to have a projector opinion or some origin. Approve or propose statement. Have a good opinion. To have a projector opinion or some origin. Approve our sheet statement. Approve our life. Have agreed to have a positive opinion of some or something or fashion. Her style that is particular at a popular style that is popular at a particular time, especially in clothes. Old-fashioned slang. That's nice. That is usually spoken rather than very very formal language. That is spoken rather than written. Used especially by particular group of people. Honestly, or some expressions. Chicken is a name for someone who isn't very great. Wrong stand or something. Okay, to like a wrong stand something. Approve, to like a wrong stand something.
Slang.
Hit. Situation. No cap. Fun sound. Right. Yes. More inform knowledge that is being spoken rather than written. Use especially by particular group of people. Use especially by particular group of people. Especially by particular group of small. Once very informed language that is As you spoken rather than usually special. Rather than writing spoken. Probably usually special. Not formal, not formal or official. They to go, the formal, public. They two people, they two go books great to hold informal meeting too. The two groups are great to hold and formal meeting. Analysis on mass business are working for arrangements such as two companies teaming up for market unit and suitable when you are with friends and families, but not for official occasions. I realized that there was not about his man that I didn't. I realized that there was not about his man that I didn't approve of fashion slang. More Spanish slang. Language that you spoken rather than when you speak special. 小众 old-fashioned slang. Army sex person chickens were oriented whose chicken is 小众版这没记错了slang old-fashioned army squares. Chicken is only for some of that oriented and Mike. Something. Hey, you dig my meaning, huh? You dig my meaning, huh? I want to dig. True. How about the bean? Serious. True. To have a relative opinion of someone, to have a relative opinion of someone, to have a relative opinion of someone, approve of, not approve of my friends, not approve of my friends. He doesn't approve of smoking, and approve of what the government is doing. I really do choose. To make understand. I wanted to do those choices. You take my meaning. Things are going to change. You take my meaning. Okay, tonight, understand something. Okay, I want to those shoes. You take my meaning. Okay, to hear someone watching them with their to hit to someone walking. Okay. Okay. With someone, they fit, warm they fit, and legs fit legs suddenly and violent. To move forward quickly and extreme, strong or extreme. To move forward quickly and move forward. Special movement. Plus, difficult long. Okay, this is to move forward quickly, and move forward quickly. To move forward quickly and violent. Especially toward persons that has cast difficult for move forward.可以获得是现在来看的话，可以获得现在太好了，这样如果这些就现在这是我开始head dug into his pocket and took a few coins. But as I dug deeper, into his past, I realized that there was another part of his man that I didn't old-fashioned slang. Okay, to hit someone. Okay, I kicked the ball as hard as I should. As hard as I could. He was accused. Of kicking a man in the face. I felt the body kicking inside her. The hockey player was removed from the game for kicking his opponent with his feet. Just nice skates. Okay, also accuse, 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 accused. I'll go proud and say wrong person. Okay, accused. Accused. He was accused of kicking a man in the face. He was accused of kicking a man in the face. He felt the body kicking inside her. The hockey player was removed from the game for he was taken up. He was accused of kicking a man in the face. He felt the body kicking inside her. Okay, she felt the body, baby. She felt the baby kicking inside her. What's meaning of this? True question. She felt the baby. She felt the baby kicking inside. She felt the baby. She felt the baby. Baby kicked inside. Inside her. Wait. We can do this. Okay, the baby kicking inside. He was accused. The person who is a person. Accused. To say that someone has done something more or I can. To say that someone has done something. Say nothing to kicking. If it's the body kicking inside her, kicking. If it is she felt the body, she felt the baby kicking inside her. She felt the baby. The hockey player was removed. The hockey player was removed from the game for kicking his opponent with his skate. The hockey player 就是你想的，The hockey player was removed from the game. 其实可能就是有人这样，The hockey player was removed from the game for kicking his opponent with his skate. He felt the baby kicking inside him. Listen. A. Support walking. Inform. Fashion slang. Mouthful. Coffee. Hiking. No. Okay. A game player is between two teams. Players who each have a carbon stick in which they try to play a small hashtag. Carbon stick. Okay. Thin plus covered. Covered the stick with which they try to put a into the other The hockey player was removed from the game for kicking his opponent. Opponent. A person who disagrees with something and speaks against it or tries to change it. Person who disagrees with something and speaks against it or trying to change it or Okay, removed from game his opponent with his skate. The heck player was removed from a game for kicking. The hack player was removed from the game for kicking his opponent with his skate. Okay, let me say. A person who disabled person and dispute events or trying to change it. Protocol sounds is watched. The person who is is compared against US sports. Do so. Person opponent. Critical. Let go. Relation to change. Okay, correct. Confidence. Up or opponent with his skate. From the game for kicking his opponent with his skate was removed as opponent with skate. If a gun kicks, it jumps back. So that go. If a gun kicks, it jumps away suddenly and with force when they come with failed and with force when the gun is fired. Okay. If a gun kicks, it jumps. If a gun kicks, it jumps back suddenly and with force when the gun is fired. If a gun kicks, it jumps back. So if a gun, it jumps back suddenly and with force when the gun is fired. What do you mean of this? Use the to see. If a gun kicks, it jumps back. It jumps back. So it jumps back. It jumps back suddenly and with force when the gun is fired. Okay. When the gun is fired. where the guy is from. If a gun kicks, it jumps back suddenly and with force when the gun is fired. If a gun kicks, it jumps back suddenly and with force when the gun is fired. If a gun kicks, it jumps back suddenly and with force when the gun is fired. I don't understand this. Okay, if a gun kicks. If a gun kicks. It's kind of funny. It jumps back. Jump back and force with force a gun kicks, it jumps back suddenly and with force when the gun is fired. Dig to break up. Dig to break up and move. Okay, dig to break up and move soil. Use a tool or a machine or your hand. Digging the garden is good exercise to form a hole by moving soil. The tunnel was dug with the aid of heavy machinery. The tunnel was dug with the aid of heavy machinery. The tug was digging a hole to hide its bowling. The prisoners are made to dig holes and film in working. The ground was frozen. The ground was frozen. The ground was frozen hard and was impossible to dig. They dug a shallow pit. Not deep. They dug a shallow pit and threw bodies into it. To search To search somewhere. To search somewhere when you are looking for an object or information. He dug into his pocket and took out a few coins. As I dug deeper into his past. I realized that there was enough about his man that I didn't know. As I dug deeper into his past, into his past, found out more about it. I realized that there was enough about his man that I didn't know. A proof. Old-fashioned man to like one stand啊，怎么越来越大了？你今天午饭还没吃吗？哎 I really dig those shoes. You dig my meaning, man. Look at me, man. Yeah, I really dig shoes. I really dig those shoes. Okay. Oh, to like, or 其实用的少这个 old fashioned 老式的流行俚语这个是这样的 to like one stand hey I really dig those shoes. You dig my meaning, man. I really dig those shoes. You dig my meaning, man. Okay. To have someone or something with the foot. Let me see. Foot. Okay, foot. With the foot, work to move the feet and leg suddenly and blunt. Extremely and strongly. Blunt. To hit someone or something with the foot, or to move the feet and the neck or something, and the next and violent. I kicked the ball. I kicked the ball as hard as I could, as hard as I could. He was accused of kicking a man in the face. He felt the body. I felt the body kicking inside her. She felt the body kicking inside her. The handbell was removed from the game for kicking his opponent with his skate. Two different problems. Releasing the problem. The hacker player was removed from the game for taking his opponent in his skate. If a gun kicks, it jumps back suddenly when with force when the gun is fired. If a gun kicks. Okay, okay. 中国还没完成。每周星期一要是复习讲义。To hit someone or something with the fit, or to move the fit and make sudden and violent. I kicked the ball. I kicked the ball as hard as I could. He was accused of kicking a man in the face. She felt the body kicking inside her. The hack player was removed. The hack player was removed from the game for kicking his opponent with his skate.
Fabulously well in the last century. It's probably been the dominant form of leverage in the last century. And you can see this by who are the richest people, bankers, politicians of corrupt countries who print money, essentially people who move large amounts of money. And if you look at the top of very large companies, outside of technology companies, in many, many large old companies, the CEO job is really a financial job. They're really financial asset managers. Now sometimes an asset manager, you put a pleasant face on it so you get a Warren Buffett type, but deep down I think we all dislike capital as a form of leverage because it feels unfair, because it's this invisible thing that can be accumulated and passed across generations,
and suddenly seems to result in people having gargantuan amounts of money with nobody else kind of around them or necessarily sharing it. That said, capital is a powerful form of leverage. It can be converted to labor. It can be converted to other things. It's very surgical, very analytical. If you are a brilliant investor and you have $1 billion and you can make a 30% return with it, whereas anybody else can only make a 20% return, you're going to get all the money and you're going to get paid very handsomely for it. It scales very, very well. If you get good at managing capital, you can manage more and more capital much more easily than manage more and more people. So it is a good form of leverage, but the hard part with capital is how do you obtain it? And that's why I talk about specific knowledge and accountability first. If you have specific knowledge in a domain, and if you're accountable and you have a good name in that domain, then people are going to give you capital as a form of leverage that you can use to then go get more capital. So, but capital also is fairly well understood, and I think a lot of the knocks against capitalism come because of the accumulation of it. The most interesting and the most important form of leverage is this idea of products that have no marginal cost of replication. This is the new form of leverage. This is only invented in the last few hundred years. It got started with the printing press. It accelerated broadcast media, and now it's really blown up with the internet with code. So now you can multiply your efforts without having to involve other humans and without needing money from other humans. This podcast is a form of leverage. Long ago, I would have had to sit in a lecture hall and lecture each of you personally, and I would have maybe reached a few hundred people, and that would have been that. 30 years ago, I would have to be lucky to get on TV, which is somebody else's leverage. They would have distorted the message, they would have taken the economics out of it or charged me for it. They would have muddled the message, and I would have been lucky to get that form of leverage. But today, thanks to the internet, I can buy a cheap microphone, hook it up to a laptop or an iPad, and there you are, all listening. So this newest form of leverage is where all the new fortunes are made. So all the new billionaires. The last generation fortunes were made by capital. That was the Warren Buffett's of the world. But the new generation fortunes are all made through code or media. Joe Rogan making $50 to $100 million a year from his podcast. PewDiePie. I don't know how much money he's rolling in, but he's bigger than the news, right? The Fortnite players. Of course, Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg and Larry Page and Sergey Brin and Bill Gates and Steve Jobs. That is all code-based leverage. Now, the beauty is when you combine all of these things. That's where a tech startup really excels, where you take just the minimum but highest output labor that you can get, which are engineers and designers, product developers, and then you add in capital, you use that for marketing, advertising, scaling, and you add in lots of code and media and podcasts and content to get it all out there. That is a magic combination. That's why you see technology startups explode out of nowhere, use massive leverage, and just make huge outsized returns.
Do you want to talk a little bit about permission versus permissionless?
Probably the most interesting thing to keep in mind about the new forms of leverage is they are permissionless. They don't require somebody else's permission for you to use them or succeed. For labor leverage, somebody has to decide to follow you. For capital leverage, somebody has to give you money to invest or to turn into a product. But coding, writing books, recording podcasts, tweeting, YouTubing, these kinds of things, these are permissionless. You don't need anyone's permission to do them. And that's why they're very egalitarian. They're great equalizers of leverage. And as much as people may rail on Facebook and YouTube, they're not going to stop using it because this permissionless leverage where everyone can be a broadcaster is just too good. The same way, you can rail upon Apple for having a slightly closed ecosystem in the iPhone, but everyone's writing apps for it. So as long as you can write apps for it, you can get rich or reach users doing that, why not? I think of all the forms of leverage, the best one in modern society, and people that this is glib, this is a little overused, but this is why I tell people learn to code, right? It's that we have this idea that in the future, there's going to be these robots, and they're going to be doing everything. And that may be true, but I would say the majority of the robot revolution has already happened. The robots are already here, and there are way more robots than there are humans. It's just that we pack them in data centers for heat and efficiency reasons. We put them in servers, they're inside the computers, all the circuits, the robot mind inside that's doing all the work. And so every great software developer, for example, now has an army of robots working for him at nighttime while he or she sleeps after they've written the code, and it's just cranking away. So the robots army is already here. The robot revolution has already happened. We're about halfway through it. We're just adding in much more of the hardware component these days. As we get more familiar, we get more comfortable with the idea of autonomous vehicles and autonomous airplanes and autonomous ships and maybe autonomous trucks and big delivery bots and Boston Dynamics robots and all that. But robots who are doing web searching for you, for example, are already here. The ones who are like cleaning up your video and audio and transmitting it around the world are already here. The ones who are answering many customer service queries, things that you would have had to call a human for, are already here. So an army of robots is already here. It's very cheaply available, and the bottleneck is just figuring out intelligent and interesting things to do with them. And essentially, you can order this army of robots around. Just the commands have to be issued in a computer language, in a language that they understand. So these robots aren't very smart. They have to be told very precisely what to do and how to do it. So coding is a great superpower because now you can speak the language of the robot armies and you can tell them what to do.
And I think at this point, actually, people are not only commanding the army of robots within servers through code, they're actually manipulating the movement of trucks, of other people. Just ordering a package on Amazon, you're manipulating the movement of many people and many robots to get a package delivered to you. People are doing the same things to build businesses now. So there's the army of robots within servers, and then there's also an army of actual robots and people that are being manipulated through software.
Labor and capital are much less egalitarian, not just in their inputs, but in their outputs. So let's say that I need something that humans have to provide, like if I want a massage, or if I need like someone to cook my food. The more of a human element there is in providing that service, the less egalitarian it is. Jeff Bezos probably has much better vacations than most of us, right? Because he has lots of humans running around doing whatever he needs to do. But if you look at the output of code and media, Jeff Bezos doesn't get to watch better movies and TV than we do. Jeff Bezos doesn't get to even have a better computing experience. Like Google doesn't give him some premium special Google account where his searches are better. It's the nature of code and media output. The same product is accessible to everybody. And it turns into a positive sum game, where if Jeff Bezos is consuming the same product as 1,000 other people, that product will be better than the version that Jeff would consume on his own. Whereas with other products, that's not true. If you look at something like buying a Rolex, which is no longer about telling you time, it's a signaling good. It's all about showing off on a Rolex. That's a zero-sum game. If everybody in the world is wearing a Rolex, then people don't want to wear Rolexes anymore because they no longer signal. It's canceled out the effect. And so rich people do have an advantage in consuming that product. They just price it up to only they can have Rolexes, and then poor people can have Rolexes, and Rolexes resume their signaling value. But something like watching Netflix or using Google or using Facebook or YouTube, or even, frankly, modern day cars. Like rich people don't have better cars, they just have weirder cars. You can't drive a Lamborghini on the street at any speed that makes sense for a Lamborghini, so it's actually a worse car on the street. It just turned into a signaling good at that point. Your sweet spot where you want to be is somewhere like a Tesla Model 3 or like a Toyota Corolla. It's an amazing car. A new Toyota Corolla is a really nice car, but because it's mainstream, the technology has amortized the cost of production over the largest number of consumers possible, and the best products tend to be at the center, at the sweet spot, the middle class, rather than being targeted the upper class. So I think one of the things that we don't necessarily appreciate in our society is as the forms of leverage have gone from being human-based, labor-based, and being capital-based to being more product and code and media-based, that most of the goods and services that we consume are becoming much more egalitarian in their consumption. Even food is becoming that way. Like food is becoming cheap and abundant, at least in the first world, too much so to our detriment. Jeff Bezos isn't necessarily eating better food, he's just eating different food. Or he's eating like food that's prepared and served theatrically. So it's almost like more of being like human element of things. But the labor element out of food production has gone down massively. The capital element has gone down massively. And so even food production itself has become more technology oriented. And so the gap between the haves and the have-nots is getting smaller. So if you care about ethics in wealth creation, it is better to create your wealth using code and media as leverage, because then those products are equally available to everybody, as opposed to trying to create the wealth through labor or capital, because what I'm referring to here is scale economies. Technology products and media products have such amazing scale economies that you always want to use the product that is used by the most people. The one that's used by the most people ends up having the largest budget because there's no marginal cost of adding another user, and so with the largest budget, you get the highest quality. So the best TV shows are actually not going to be some obscure ones just made for a few rich people. They're going to be the big budget ones like Game of Thrones or Breaking Bad or Bird Box, where they have massive, massive budgets. They can just use those budgets to get to a certain quality level. And then the rich people could be different. They have to fly to Sundance and watch a documentary. Because you and I aren't going to fly to Sundance because, that's something that all rich people do to show off. And we're not going to watch a documentary because most things aren't actually even that good, right? Again, if you're wealthy today, for large classes of things, you spend your money on signaling goods to show other people that you're wealthy, and you try and convert them to status, as opposed to actually consuming the goods for their own sake. People and capital as a form of leverage have a negative externality, and code and product have a positive externality attached to them. If I was going to sum up your point. I think that capital and labor are also starting to become a little more permissionless, or at least the permissioning is diffuse because of the internet. So instead of labor, we have community now, which is diffused form of labor. For example, Mark Zuckerberg has 1 billion people doing work for him by using Facebook. And instead of going to raise capital from someone who's rich, now we have crowdfunding. So you can raise millions and millions of dollars for a charity, for a health problem, or for a business. You can do it all online. So capital and labor are also becoming permissionless, and you don't need to necessarily do it the old-fashioned way, where you have to go around and ask people for permission to use their money all the time. One more question about leverage. Do you think a choice of business model or a choice of product can also bring a kind of leverage to it? For example, pursuing a business that has network effects, pursuing a business that has brand effects, or other choices of business model that people could manipulate that just give you free leverage? Yeah, there's some really good microeconomic concepts that are important to understand. One of those is scale economies, which is the more you produce of something, the cheaper it gets to make it. That's something that a lot of businesses have, basic economics 101, and you should try and get into a business where making widget number 12 is cheaper than making widget number 5, and making widget number 10,000 is a lot cheaper than the previous one. And this builds up an automatic sort of barrier to entry against competition and getting commoditized. So that's an important one. Another one, this is along the same line, but technology products especially and media products have this great quality where they have zero marginal cost of reproduction. So creating another copy of what you just created is free. So when somebody listens to this podcast or watches a YouTube video about this, it doesn't cost me anything for the next person who shows up. Those zero marginal cost things, they take a while to get going because you make very little money per user, but over time they can really, really add up. So Joe Rogan is working no harder on his current podcast than he was on podcast number 1. But on podcast number 1100, he's making $1 million for the podcast, whereas the previous one he quite lost for the first one. That's an example of zero marginal cost. And then the most subtle but the most important is this idea of network effects. And it comes from computer networking. Bob Metcalfe, who created Ethernet, famously coined Metcalfe's law, which is the value of a network is proportional to the square of the number of nodes in the network. So if a network of size 10 would have a value of 100, a network of a size 100 would have a value of 10,000. It's not just 10x more, it's 100x more. It's a square, so the difference is a square. So you want to be in a network effect business, assuming you're not number 2. If you're number 1 in the network effect business, you win everything. So example, if you look at Facebook, right? Your friend and family social networking protocol, who's their competitor? Nobody, because they won everything through network effects. Which is why when people say, well, I can just switch away from Facebook, they don't realize that network effects create natural monopolies. They're very, very powerful things. And one of the dirty secrets of Silicon Valley is that a lot of the winning businesses are natural monopolies. Even ride sharing tends towards one winner-take-all system. Uber will always have better economics than Lyft, as long as it's moving more drivers, more riders around. Something like Google is the only one viable search engine. I do like DuckDuckGo, privacy reasons, but they're just always going to be behind because of network effects. Twitter, right? Where else would you go for microblocking? Even YouTube has weak network effects, but they're still powerful enough. There's really no number 2 site that you go to consume your video on a regular basis. It even turns out in retail, Amazon, Prime, and convenience, stored credit cards and information creates a powerful network effect. So what is a network effect? Let's just define it precisely. A A network effect is when each additional user adds value to the existing users. So the users themselves are creating some value for the existing users. The classic example that I think everybody can understand is language. Let's say that there's 100 people live in the community and speak 10 different languages, and each person just speaks one of those 10. Well, you're having to translate all the time. It's incredibly painful. But if all 100 of you spoke the same language, it would add tremendous value. And so the way that community will play out is 10 people start out speaking 10 languages. So let's say that one extra person learns English. Well, now all of a sudden, 11 people know English. So the next person comes to learn a new language is probably going to choose English. At some point, let's say English gets to 20 or 25 people, it's done. It's just going to own the entire language marketplace, and the rest of the languages will get competed out. Which is why long term, the entire world is probably going to end up speaking English and Chinese. China is closed off on the internet, but the internet itself is a great leveler, and people who want to communicate on the internet are forced to speak English, because the largest community of people on the internet speaks English. I always feel bad for my colleagues who grew up speaking foreign languages in foreign countries, because you don't have access to so many books. So many books just haven't been translated into other languages. So if you only spoke French, or you only spoke German, or you only spoke Hindi, for example, you would get a severe disadvantage in technical education. Invariably, if you go and get a technical education, you have to learn English, just because you have to read these books that have this data that has not been translated. So languages are probably the oldest example in that. Money is another example. We should all probably be using the same money, except for the fact that geographic and regulatory boundaries have created these artificial islands of money. But even then, the world tends to use a single currency as the reserve currency at most times, currently the US dollar. So network effects are a very powerful concept. When you're picking a business model, it's a really good idea to pick a model where you can benefit from network effects, low marginal costs, and scale economies. And these tend to go together. Like anything that has zero marginal cost of production obviously has scale economies, and things that have zero marginal cost of reproduction very often tend to have network effects, because it doesn't cost you anything more to stamp out the thing, so then you can just create little hooks for users to add value to each other. You should always be thinking about how your users, your customers, can add value to each other, because that is the ultimate form of leverage. You're on the beach in the Bahamas, or you're sleeping at night, and your customers are adding value to each other. The tweet storm is very abstract. It's deliberately meant to be broadly applicable to all kinds of different domains and disciplines and time periods and places. But sometimes it's hard to work without a concrete example. So let's just go concrete for a minute. Look at the real estate business. You can start at the bottom. Let's say you're a day laborer. You come in, you fix people's houses. Someone orders you around and tells you break that piece of rock, sand that piece of wood, put that thing over there. There's just all these menial jobs that go on the construction site. If you're working one of those jobs, unless you're a skilled trade, like say a carpenter or electrician, you don't really have specific knowledge. And even a carpenter or electrician is not that specific, because other people can be trained how to do it, so you can be replaced. So you get paid your 15, 20, 25, 50, if you're really lucky, $75 an hour, that's about it. You don't have any leverage other than the tools that you're using. So if you're driving a bulldozer, that's better than doing it with your hands. So day labor in India makes a lot less because they have no tool leverage. You don't have much accountability. You're faced with this cog in the construction crew, and the owner of the house or the buyer of the house doesn't know or care that you worked on it. One step up from that, you might have a contractor, like a general contractor, who someone hires to come and fix and repair and build up their house. That general contractor is taking accountability, they're taking responsibility. So now, if let's say they got paid $250,000 for the job, so I'm using Bay Area prices, so maybe I'll go the rest of the world price, $100,000 for the job to fix up a house, and it actually costs the general contractor all said and done $70,000. Well, that contractor is going to pocket that remaining 30. So they got the upside, they got the equity, but they're also taking accountability and risk. So if the project runs over and there's losses, then they eat the losses. But you see, just the accountability gives them some form of additional potential income. And then they also have labor leverage because they have a bunch of people working for them. But it probably tops out right there. You can go one level above that, and you can look at a property developer. This might be someone who was a contractor who did a bunch of houses, did a really good job, then decided to go into business for themselves, and they go around looking for beaten down properties that have potential. They buy them, they either raise money from investors, they're funded themselves, they fix the place up, and then they sell it for twice what they bought it for. Maybe they only put in 20% more, so it's a healthy profit. So now a developer like that takes on more accountability, has more risk. They have more specific knowledge because now you have to know which neighborhoods are worth buying in, which lots are actually good and which lots are bad, what makes or breaks a specific property. You have to imagine the finished house that's going to be there, even when the property itself might look really bad right now. So there's more specific knowledge, there's more accountability and risk, and now you also have capital leverage because you're also putting money into the project. But conceivably, you could buy, a piece of land or a broken down house for $200,000 and turn it into $1 million mansion and pocket all the difference. One level beyond that might be a famous architect or a developer, where just having your name on a property because you've done so many great properties increases its value. One level up from that, you might be a person who decides, well, I understand real estate and I now know enough of the benefits of real estate that rather than just build and flip my own properties or improve my own properties, I'm going to be a massive developer. I'm going to build entire communities. Another person might say, I like that leverage, but I don't want to manage all these people. I want to do more through capital, so I'm going to start a real estate investment trust. And that requires specific knowledge, not just about investing in real estate and building real estate, but also requires specific knowledge about the financial markets, the capital markets, and how real estate trusts operate. One level beyond that might be somebody who says, actually, I want to bring the maximum leverage to bear in this market and the maximum specific knowledge. And so that person would say, well, I understand real estate and I understand everything from basic housing construction to building properties and selling them to how real estate markets move and thrive. And I also understand the technology business. So I understand how to recruit developers, how to write code, and how to build good product. And I understand how to raise money from venture capitalists and how to return it, how all of that works. And obviously not a single person may know this. You may pull a team together to do it where each have different skill sets. But that combined entity would have specific knowledge in technology and real estate. It would have massive accountability because that company's name would be a very high risk, high reward effort attached to the whole thing. And people would devote their lives to it, take on significant risk, and then it would have leverage in code with lots of developers. It would have capital with investors putting money in and the founders own capital, and it would have labor of some of the highest quality labor that you can find, which is high quality engineers and designers and marketers who are working on a company. And then you may end up with a Trulia or a Redfin or a Zillow kind of company. And then the upside could potentially be in the billions of dollars or the hundreds of millions of dollars. So as you layer in more and more kinds of knowledge that can only be gained on the job and aren't common knowledge, and you layer in more and more accountability and risk taking, and you layer in more and more great people working on it, and more capital on it, and more code and media on it, you keep expanding the scope of the opportunity all the way from the day laborer who might just literally be scrapping on the ground with their hands, all the way up to somebody who started a real estate tech company and then took it public.
We spoke about specific knowledge, we talked about accountability, we talked about leverage. The last skill that Naval talks about in his tweet storm is judgment, where he says that leverage is a force multiplier for your judgment.
We are now living in an age of nearly infinite leverage, and all the great fortunes are created through leverage. So your first job is to go and obtain leverage, and you can obtain leverage through permission by taking risks and getting people to work for you, or by raising capital, or you can get leverage permissionlessly by learning how to code or becoming a good communicator in podcasting, broadcasting, creating videos, writing, etc. So that's how you get leverage. But once you have leverage, what do you do with it? Well, the first part of your career is spent hustling to get leverage. Once you have the leverage, then you want to slow down a bit because your judgment really matters. It's like you've gone from steering your sailboat around to now you're steering an ocean liner or a tanker. You have a lot more at risk, but you have a lot more to gain as well. You're carrying a much higher payload. So in an age of infinite leverage, judgment becomes the most important skill. Warren Buffett is so wealthy now because of his judgment. Even if you were to take away all of Warren's money, tomorrow investors would come out of the woodwork and hand him $100 billion because they know his judgment is so good, and they would give him a big chunk of that $100 billion to invest. So ultimately, everything else that you do is actually setting you up to apply your judgment. One of the big things that people rail on is CEO pay, and for sure there's crony capitalism that goes on where these CEOs control their boards and the boards give them too much money. But there's certain CEOs who definitely earn their keep because their judgment is better. If you're steering a big ship, if you're steering Google or Apple, and your judgment is 10 or 20% better than the next person's, society will literally pay you hundreds of millions of dollars more because you're steering a $100 billion ship. If you're on course 10 or 20% of the time more often than the person the compounding results on that hundreds of billions of dollars you're managing will be so large that your CEO pay will be dwarfed in comparison. So demonstrated judgment, credibility around the judgment is so critical. Warren Buffett wins here because he has massive credibility. He's been highly accountable. He's been right over and over in the public domain. He's built a reputation for very high integrity, so you can trust him. So a person like that, people will throw infinite leverage behind him because of his judgment. Nobody asks him how hard he works. Nobody asks him when he wakes up or when he goes to sleep. They're like, Warren, just do your thing. So especially demonstrated judgment with high accountability, clear track record is critical.
Let's define judgment. I would define it as knowing the long-term effects of your decisions, or being able to predict the long-term effects of your decisions.
It's funny, my definition of wisdom is knowing the long-term consequences of your actions. So they're not all that different. Wisdom is just judgment on a personal domain. Wisdom applied to external problems, I think, is judgment. So they're highly linked. But yes, it's knowing the long-term consequences of your actions and then making kind of the right decision to capitalize on that. Judgment is very hard to build up. This is where both intellect and experience come in play. There are many problems with the so-called intellectuals in the ivory tower, but one of the reasons why Nassim Taleb rails against them is because they have no skin in the game, they have no real-world experience, right? So they just apply purely intellect. And intellect without any experience is often worse than useless, because you get the confidence that the intellect gives you, and you get some of the credibility, but because you had no skin in the game and you had no real experience and no real accountability, you're just throwing darts. The real world is always far, far more complex than we can intellectualize. And especially all the interesting, fast-moving edge domains and problems, you can't get there without experience. So if you are smart and you iterate fast, so it's not even you put 10,000 hours into something, but you take 10,000 tries at something. If you are smart and you have a lot of quick iterations and you try to keep your emotions out of it, the people with the best judgment are actually among the least emotional. A lot of the best investors are considered almost robotic in that regard, but I would be surprised if even the best entrepreneurs often come across as unemotional. There is this archetype of the passionate entrepreneur. Yeah, they have to care about what they're doing, but they also have to see very clearly what's actually happening. And the thing that prevents you from seeing what's actually happening are your emotions. Our emotions are constantly clouding our judgment. And in investing, or in running companies, or in building products, or being an entrepreneur, emotions really get in the way. Emotions are what prevent you from seeing what's actually happening until you can no longer resist the truth of what's happening, until it becomes too sudden and then you're forced into suffering, which is a breaking of this emotional fantasy that you put together.
Try and connect some of these concepts. I would say that first, you're accountable for your judgment. Judgment is the exercise of wisdom. Wisdom comes from experience, and that experience can be accelerated through short iterations.
And the reason why a lot of the top investors, a lot of the value investors, you read Jeremy Grantham or you read Warren Buffett, you read up on Michael Burry, these people sound like philosophers, or they are philosophers, or they're reading a lot of history books or science books. But what I'm doing, shouldn't they be reading investment books? No, investment books are the worst place to learn about investment, because investment is a real-world activity that is highly multivariate. All the advantages always being competed away. It's always on the cutting edge. So what you actually just need is very, very broad-based judgment and thinking. And the best way to do that is to study everything, including a lot of philosophy. And philosophy also makes you more stoic, makes you less emotional, and so you make better decisions, you have better judgment. One simple thing is I go out on Twitter, and it seems like half of Twitter is outrageous something at all times. You can go within someone's Twitter feed and get at least some semblance of what it must be like to be in their head all the time. And the more outraged somebody is, I guarantee you, the worse their judgment is. If someone's constantly tweeting political outrage and seems like an angry person getting into fights, you don't want to hand this person the keys to your car, let alone the keys to your company.
So we covered the skills that you need to get rich. That was specific knowledge, accountability, leverage, judgment, and lifelong learning. Let's talk a little bit about the importance of working hard and valuing your time.
So no one is going to value you more than you value yourself. So you just have to set a very high personal hourly rate, and you have to stick to it. So even since when I was young, I just decided that I was worth a lot more than the market thought I was worth, but I started treating myself that way. So always factor your time into every decision. How much time does it take? Oh, it's going to take me an hour to get across town to get this thing. Well, I value myself at $100 an hour. That's going $100 out of my pocket. I'm not going to do that. You buy something from Amazon, they screwed it up, you have to return it. Is it worth your time to return it? Is it worth the mental hassle? Keep in mind that you have less work hours, you have less mentally high output hours. Do you want to use them to run errands and solve little problems, or do you want to save them for the big stuff? All the great scientists were terrible at managing their household life. None of them had a clean, organized room, or made all their social events on time, or sent their thank you cards. You can spend your life however you want, but if you want to get rich, it has to be your number one overwhelming desire, which means that it has to come before anything else, which means you can't be penny pinching. This is what people don't understand. You can penny pinch your way to the basic sustenance. You can keep your expenses low, maybe retire early, and not spend too much, and that's perfectly valid. But we're here to talk about wealth creation. And if you're going to do that, then that has to be your number one overwhelming priority. So fast forward to your wealthy self and pick some intermediate hourly rate. For me, believe it or not, back when you could have hired me, which now obviously you can't, but back when you could have hired me, and this was true a decade ago or even 2 decades ago before I had any real money, my hourly rate, I used to say to myself over and over, is $5,000. Today, when I look back, really it was about $1,000 an hour. And of course, I still ended up doing stupid things like arguing with the electrician or returning the broken speaker, but I shouldn't. And I did it a lot less than any of my friends would. And I would make a theatrical show out of throwing something in the trash pile or giving it to Salvation Army rather than trying to return it, or handing something to people rather than trying to fix it. I would argue with my girlfriend, even today with my wife, like, I don't do that. That's not a problem that I solve. I still argue that with my mother when she hands me like little to-dos. I just don't do that. I would rather hire you an assistant. And this was true even when I didn't have money. Another way of thinking about something is that if you can outsource something or not do something for less than your hourly rate, outsource it or don't do it. So if you can hire someone to do it for less than your hourly rate, hire them. That even includes things like cooking. Now, you may want to eat your healthy home-cooked meals, but if you can outsource it, do that instead. And I know some people will say, well, what about the joy of life, and what about getting it right just your way? Sure, you can do that, but you're not going to be wealthy because now you've made something else a priority. Paul Graham said it pretty well for Y Combinator Startups. He said you should be working on your product and you get the product market fit, and you should be exercising and eating healthy. That's about it. That's kind of all you have time for while you're on this mission. So set a very high hourly aspirational rate for yourself and stick to it. And it should seem and feel absurdly high. If it doesn't, it's not high enough. And whatever you picked, my advice to you would be raise it. Like I said, for myself, even before I had money, for the longest time I used $5,000 an hour. And if you extrapolate that out into what looks like an annual salary, it's multiple millions of dollars per year. Ironically, I actually think I've beaten it. When I look back, because I'm not the hardest working person, I'm actually kind of a lazy person. So I work through bursts of energy where I'm really motivated or something. So if I actually look at how much I've earned per actual hour that I put in, it's probably quite a bit higher. So let's talk about hard work. There's this battle that happens on Twitter a lot between should you work harder and should you not. Like David Hauser's on there saying you're slave driving people, and Keith LeBoy is always on there saying like, no, all the great founders work for fingers to the bones. And they're talking past each other. First of all, they're talking about two different things. David is talking about employees in the lifestyle business, which is fine. Your number one thing in life, if you're doing that, is not getting wealthy. You have a job, you also have your family, you also have your life. But Keith is talking about the Olympics of startups. He's talking about the person going for the gold medal and trying to build a multi-billion-dollar public company. That person has to get everything right. They have to have great judgment, they have to pick the right thing to work on, they have to recruit the right team, and they have to work crazy hard because they're basically engaged in a competitive sprint. So if getting wealthy is your goal, you are going to have to work as hard as you can. But hard work is absolutely no substitute for who you work with and what you work on. What you work on is probably the most important thing. Finding product market founder fit, to expand on Mark Andreessen's definition, he can do product market fit, but I would add product market founder fit, which is how well you are personally suited to that business. The combination of that three, that should be your overwhelming goal. And you can save yourself a lot of time if you pick the right area to work in. Picking the right people to work with is the next most important piece. And then third comes how hard you work. But they're like three legs of a stool. If you shortchange in any one of them, the whole stool is going to fall down. So it's not like you can pick one over the other that easily. So the order of operations when you're building a business is, or even building your career, is first figure out what should I be doing? What is something where there is a market that is emerging, there's a product that I can build that I'm excited to work on, and something where I have specific knowledge and I'm really into it. And then second, surround yourself with the best people possible. And no matter how high your bar is, raise your bar. Because you can never be working with other people who are great enough. If there's someone greater out there to work with, you should go work with them. I advise a lot of people who are looking at which startup to join in Silicon Valley, I say basically pick the one that's going to have the best alumni network for you in the future. Look at the PayPal mafia. They work with a bunch of geniuses, so they all got rich. So just try and pick based on the highest intelligence, energy, and integrity people you can find. And then finally, once you've picked the right thing to work on and the right people to work with, then you work as hard as you can. This is where the mythology gets a little crazy. People work 80, 120-hour weeks. A lot of that's just status symbols, it's showing off. Nobody really works 80 to 120 hours a week sustained at high output with mental clarity. Your brain breaks down. You just won't have good ideas. So really the way people tend to work most effectively, especially in knowledge work, is they sprint as hard as they can while they're working on something and they're inspired and they're passionate, and then they rest, they take long breaks. It's more like a lion hunting and much less like a marathon runner running. So you sprint, then you rest, you reassess, and then you try again. And what you end up doing is you end up building a marathon of sprints. Maybe just made the point to me on the side that inspiration is perishable, which is a very good point. When you have your inspiration, you do it right then and there. This happens to me a lot with my tweet storms. I've actually come up with a whole bunch of additional tweet storms besides the ones that are already out there, but sometimes I just hesitate, or I just pause, and then it just dies. And what I've learned is, if I'm inspired to write a blog post or to publish a tweet storm, I should probably do it right away. Otherwise, it's not going to get out there. I won't come back to it. So inspiration is a beautiful and powerful thing, and when you have it, just see it. So people talk about impatience. When do you know to be impatient? When do you know to be patient? My glib tweet on this was impatience with actions and patience with results. And I think that's actually a good philosophy for life. Anything you have to do, just get it done. Why wait? You're not getting any younger. Your life is slipping away. You don't want to spend it waiting in line. You don't want to spend it traveling back and forth. You don't want to spend it doing things that you know ultimately aren't part of your mission. And when you do them, you want to do them as quickly as you can while you do them well with your full attention. But then you just have to give up on the results. You have to be patient with the results because you're dealing with complex systems, you're dealing with lots of people. It takes a long time for markets to adopt products. It takes time for people to get comfortable working with each other. It takes time for great products to emerge as you polish away, polish away, polish away. So impatience with actions, patience with results. And as maybe said, inspiration is perishable. So when you have inspiration, act on it right then and there. If I have a problem that I discover in one of my businesses that needs to be solved, I won't sleep until at least the resolution is in motion. And this is just a personal feeling, but if I'm on the board of a company, I'll call the CEO. If I'm running the company, I'll call my reports. If I'm responsible, I'll get on there right then and there and solve it. If I don't solve a problem the moment it happens, or I don't start moving towards solving it when it happens, I have no peace, I have no rest, I have no happiness until that problem is solved. So solve it as quickly as possible. I literally won't sleep until it's solved. Maybe that's a personal characteristic, but it's worked out well in a business. We squander our time with the death of 1,000 cuts. So another tweet I had was, you should be too busy to do coffee while still keeping an uncluttered calendar. People who know me know that I'm famous for simultaneously doing two things. One is having a very clean calendar. I have almost no meetings on it, and there are people that I meet with and they see my calendar, they almost weep. While at the same time, I am busy all the time. I'm always doing something. And it's usually quote-unquote work-related, but it is whatever the highest impact thing is that needs to be done at that time and that I'm most interested and inspired about. But the only way to do that is to constantly, ruthlessly decline meetings. People want to do coffee and build relationships, and that's fine early in your career when you're still exploring, but later in your career when exploiting, and there are more things coming at you than you have time for, you have to ruthlessly cut meetings out of your life. If someone wants to do a meeting, see if you can do it with a phone call instead. If they want to do a phone call, see if they can do it with an email instead. If they want to do an email, see if they can do it a text message instead. If they're text messaging, you should probably be ignoring most text messages unless they're true emergencies. So one has to be utterly ruthless about dodging meetings. When you do meetings, do walking meetings, do standing meetings, keep them short, keep them actionable, keep them small. Any meeting with 8 people that sit around a conference table, nothing is getting done in that meeting. You're literally just dying 1 hour at a time.
Doing coffee reminds me of an old quote, I think, from Steve Jobs when they asked him, hey, why doesn't Apple come to conventions? Or why don't you come to my convention? And his response was, well, then because we wouldn't be here working.
Yeah, I used to have a tough time turning people down for meetings, but now I just tell them outright. I just say, look, I don't do non-transactional meetings. I don't do meetings without a strict agenda. I don't do meetings unless we absolutely have to. Nitty used to do this. Would email people when they would ask Libby and I for a meeting, a coffee meeting, get to know you. He would say, we don't do meetings unless it's life and death urgent. And then that person would have to respond, yeah, it's life and death urgent, or there's no meeting. When you have something important or something valuable, other busy, interesting people will meet with you. Your calling card has to be, hey, here's what I've done, here's what I can show you, let's meet, and I'll be respectful of your time if this is useful to you. And I find that there are very busy, important people who will take your meeting, but you have to come with a proper calling card. All the people who tweet and who email things to rich people saying, hey, if I could just get one meeting with you, and they're vague about it, they're not going to get anywhere. You have to build up the credibility. When, for example, an investor in the tech business and venture business looks at a startup, the first thing they want to see is they want to see some evidence of product progress. They don't just want to even see a slide deck, they want to see product progress. Because the product progress is the resume for the entrepreneur. It is the unshakable, unfakeable resume. So you have to do the work. To use a crypto analogy, you have to have proof of work. If you have proof of work and you truly have something interesting, then you shouldn't hesitate to put it together in an email and send it to somebody. But even then, when you're asking for a meeting, you want to be super actionable about it. But I would say even yours, if you yourself haven't made it yet, if you think you're going to make it by going out and networking and doing a whole bunch of meetings, you're probably incorrect. Yes, networking can be important early in your career. And yes, you can get serendipitous with meetings. But the odds are pretty low. And as we spent time talking about earlier, when you are just meeting people and hoping to get that lucky break, you're relying on type 1 luck, which is blind luck, and type 2 luck, which is hustle luck. But what you're not getting is type 3 or type 4 luck, which are the better kinds, where you spend time developing a reputation, working on something, developing a unique.
Why is he still crying?
Let me hold him for a sec. There we go. Huh? Huh? There we are.
Maybe it's me.
Don't be silly, Ben loves you. He's just being Mr. Cranky Pants.
You know, I once dated a Miss Cranky Pants. Lovely girl, kind of moody.
There we go, all better.
May I see something?
Cool.
He hates me. My nephew hates me.
Come on, don't do this.
What if my own baby hates me? How? What am I going to do then?
Mom, would you stop? This is nuts. Do you know how long it's going to be before you actually have to deal with this problem? I mean, you don't even have a boyfriend yet. Joey, she does not look fat.
You okay, Ross? I don't know. What's in this pie?
I don't know. Butter and eggs and flour and lime and kiwi. And...
Kiwi? You said it was a key lime pie.
No, I didn't. I said kiwi lime. That's what makes it so special.
That's what's gonna kill me. I'm allergic to kiwi.
No, you're not. You're allergic to lobster and peanuts and... Oh my God.
It's definitely getting worse.
Right. Is your tongue swelling up?
Either that or my mouth is getting smaller.
All right, Get your coat. We're gonna go to the hospital.
Is he gonna be okay?
Yeah, you just gotta get a shot.
Yeah, actually, it's getting better. It is. Let's not go. Anyone up for Scrabble?
Jacket now.
What about Ben? We can't bring a baby to the hospital. We'll watch him. I don't think so.
I have 7 Catholic sisters. I take care of hundreds of kids. Come on, we want to do it, don't we?
Well, I was looking forward to playing basketball, but I guess that's out the window.
Okay, well, if you do turn up for a boy, just remember to bring his hat, okay? And there's extra milk in the fridge, and extra diapers in the bag.
Hat, milk, got it. Consider it done.
You understood that?
Yeah, my Uncle Sal has a really big tongue.
Is he the one with the beautiful wife?
Hey, great. Want to hear the new song I'm thinking of singing this afternoon? I wrote it this morning in the shower. Okay. I'm in the shower and I'm writing a song. Stop me if you've heard it. My skin is soapy and my hair is wet. And Tegrin spelled backward is nugget.
Rachel, sweetheart, could I see you for a minute?
Just say for a minute.
What's up?
FYI, I've decided to pay a professional musician to play in here on Sunday afternoons. Her name is Stephanie something. She's supposed to be very good.
What about Phoebe?
Rachel, it's not that your friend is bad.
He's not friends with Rowan.
It's that she's so bad.
So bad.
She makes me want to put my finger through my eyes, into my brain, and swirl it around.
Okay, so you're not a fan. But, I mean, come on, you cannot do this to her.
No,
I have to do this to
I
her.
haven't.
Lather, rinse, repeat, and lather, rinse, repeat, and lather, rinse, repeat. As needed.
You know, I don't think we brought enough stuff. Did you forget to pack the baby's ankle?
I'm telling you, it's going to be worth it. It's a known fact that women love babies, all right? Women love guys who love babies. It's the whole sensitive thing. Quick, aim them at that pack of babes over there. Maybe one of them will break away. No more wait. Get them. We got part left. All right, give me the baby. All right, I got it. Come on, seriously.
Oh, seriously, you want it?
Hello.
Here's this little cutie pie.
Well, don't think me immodest, but me?
You want to smell it?
So we're talking about baby now.
Oh, yeah. She's got that great baby smell. Get away from his head.
I think my nose just skipped a beat.
Richard?
I think it's great you guys are doing this.
Well, we are great guys.
You know, my brother and his boyfriend have been trying to adopt for 3 years. What agency did you two go through? But this is my gig. This is where I play. My name is written out there in chalk. You know, you can't just erase. And he's going to be paying this woman? Why doesn't he just give her like a throne and a crown and like a, gold stick with a ball on top? Terry is a jerk, okay? That's why we're always saying Terry's a jerk. That's where they came from. Yeah, okay. Probably did everything he could. You know what? Let me see what it's do. Alright, look. Why don't you just let her go on after Stephanie, whatever her name is? I mean, you won't be here. You don't care. It's not going to cost you anything.
I don't know.
Come on, Terry. I'll even clean the cappuccino machine.
You don't clean the cappuccino machine?
You can't know machine.
Of course.
Fine, fine, fine.
Huh? Really? Yeah, we're working for you, babe. Oh my God! This is so exciting. No, how much am I gonna get? What? Well, he said he's paying the people who were playing, so... Oh, no. I meant he's gonna be paying that other woman because she's a professional. Well, I'm not gonna be the only one who's not getting paid. Hey, no, I'm sorry, no. No, I'm not some, like, sloppy second, charity band. You know what? There are thousands of places in this city where people would be happy to pay to hear me play. When I play for me. I don't need your charity. Thank you.
There's no way I'm gonna get a shot. Well, maybe they can take the needle and squirt it into my mouth. Like a squirt gun.
Hello there. I'm Dr. Carlin. I see someone's having a little allergic reaction.
Doctor, can I see you for just a moment, please? My brother had a slight phobia about needles.
Did you tell him about my squirt gun idea?
My brother, the PhD, would like to know if there's any way to treat this orally.
No. Under these circumstances, it has to be an injection, and it has to be now.
Gulp.
Oh. See? The doctor says it's got to be a needle. You're just going to have to be brave, okay? Can you do that for me?
Okay.
Okay. Oh, boy, you are doing so good. You want to squeeze my hand?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Ross, don't squeeze it so hard. Honey, really, don't squeeze it so hard.
That's a good plan, Joe. Next time we want to pick up women, we should just go to the park and make out. Taxi! Taxi!
Hey, look at that talent.
Just practicing.
You're good.
Carry on.
He's just adorable. Oh, can you tell him that? Because he thinks he looks too pink.
So what are you guys out doing today?
Oh, we're not out. No. We're just two heterosexual guys hanging with the son of our other heterosexual friend, doing the usual straight guy stuff. You done? Yeah.
Oh, where's our stop?
Get out of here. This is our stop.
You guys live around here too?
Oh, yeah, sure. We live in the building by the sidewalk. You know it? Hey, look, since we're neighbors, what do you say we get together for a drink?
So, you want to go to Markel's?
Oh, sure. They love us over there.
Hey, where's your baby?
I'm upon you.
Oh, that's good. Maybe he'll hear you. Pull the cord.
Stop the bus!
Are you sure he didn't break it? Because it really hurts.
No, it's just a good bone bruise. And right here is the puncture wound from your ring.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. 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 Hey, I got my S's back. Which we can celebrate later.
Was a double jointed boy. Hey, so, are you the professional guitar player? Yeah, Stephanie. Oh, right. My name was on there, but now it just says carrot cake. So, how many chords do you know?
All of them.
Oh, yeah? So you know D? Yeah. Okay. Do you know A minor? Yeah. Okay. Do you know how to go from D to A minor?
Yeah.
So does your guitar have a
Does it
strap?
do
No. Oh, mine does. Stephanie knows all the chords.
Pick up.
我要笑死了。
Transit Authority? Yes. Hello. I did research for a book, and I was wondering what somebody might do if they left the baby on a city bus. Yes, I do realize that'd be a very stupid character.
Here's the deal. We lost a car seat on the bus today. It's white plastic with a handle and it fits onto a stroller. Oh, and there was a baby in it. Let's talk to you again.
Okay, everybody, let's give a nice, warm Central Perk welcome. Harry's a jerk, and he won't let me work, and I hate Central Perk.
还没到。
To Stephanie Schiffer.
I'd like to start with a song that I wrote for the first man I ever loved. Zachary.
Invited to bite me.
About the baby, we left the baby on the bus. Is he here? Is he here?
He's here. I'm assuming one of you is the father.
Thanks, baby. Actually, we're both the father.
No bunny.
Please tell me you know which one is our baby.
Well, that one has ducks on his t-shirt and this one has clowns. And Ben was definitely wearing ducks. Or clowns. Oh, wait. That one's definitely Ben. Remember he had that cute little mole by his mouth? Yeah? Hey, Ben, you remember us? Okay, the mole came off. What are we gonna do? We'll flip for it. Ducks or clowns? Oh, we're gonna flip for the baby? You got a better idea? All right, call it in. Heads. Heads it is. Yes.
We have to assign heads to something.
Right. Okay. Ducks is heads because ducks have heads.
What kind of scary-ass clowns came to your birthday?
Just call me angel of the morning, angel. Just touch my cheek before you leave me, oh baby. Just call me angel of the morning, angel. Let me slowly turn away.
喂，你好。你帮我放门口吧，放门口就可以了。OK， 可以，好。好，马上 ，OK， 拜拜。Angel, Okay, here we go.
You can be able to spot opportunities that others don't. A busy calendar and a busy mind will destroy your ability to do great things in this world. If you want to be able to do great things, whether you're a musician or whether you are an entrepreneur or whether you're an investor, you need free time.
Okay. We just finished talking about the importance of working.
Okay. Dick. The breakup and the soil. The To break up and move soil use a tool. Machine. Okay, to break up and lose. Break up. To break up and lose. So get break up and lose. So you use a tool or your hands digging the garden is good exercise to form a hole by moving soil. The tunnel was dark when they ate heavy machinery. A tunnel was dark when they ate heavy machinery. Heavy machinery. The tunnel was dark when they ate heavy machinery. The dog was digging a hole to hide its bone. The prisoners are made to dig holes and fail them in working. Okay, the ground was frozen hard. The ground was frozen hard and was impossible to dig. They dug a shallow pit and threw their bodies into it to break up. Dig. To break up. Okay, dig. To break up and move soil. Use a tool, a machine, or your hands. Digging the garden is good exercise to form a hole by moving soil. Okay. To break up, dig. To break up and move soil. To break up and move soil. Use a tool to break up and move soil. To break up and move soil. Use a tool. Okay. To break up and move soil. Use a tool. To break up and move soil. Use a tool. To break up and move soil and use a tool. I'll do as you. 有这个才好。太大了。Okay. To break up and move soil, use a tool or machine or your hands. Dig. To break up and move soil, use a tool or a machine or your hands. Digging the garden is good exercise. Digging the garden exercise. To break up and move soil, use a tool or a machine or your hands. Digging the garden is good exercise. The garden is good exercise to form a hole by moving soil to form a hole by moving soil. The tunnel was dark with the aid of heavy machinery. A group of machines. Okay. To break up and move soil. To break up and move soil. Use a tool. To break up and move soil. Use a tool, a machine or your hands. Digging the garden is good exercise. Digging the garden is a good exercise. Digging the garden is good exercise. Digging the garden is good exercise. Digging the garden is good exercise. To break up and move soil. To break up and move soil, use a tool or a machine or your hands. Okay. To break up and move soil, use a tool, a machine or your hands. Use a machine or your hands. Okay. Dig. To break up and move. Okay. To break up and move soil. Use a tool, a machine or your hands. Okay. To break up and move soil. To break up and move soil. To break up and move soil. Use a tool or machine. Okay. To break up and soil. To break up and move soil. Use a tool to break up and move soil. Use a tool, a machine or your hands. To break up and move soil. Use a tool, a machine or your hands. Okay, or your hands. To break up and move soil. Use a tool, a machine or your hands. Digging the garden is good exercise. Digging the garden is good exercise. Okay. To break up and move soil, use a tool, a machine or your hands. Digging the garden is good exercise. Exercise. To break up and move soil, use a machine or your hands. To form a hole. To form a hole by moving soil. to form a hole by moving soil. A tunnel. The tunnel was dark. The tunnel was dark with the aid of heavy machinery. The tunnel was dark with the aid of heavy machinery. Okay. To form a hole by moving soil. To form a hole by moving soil. To form a hole by moving soil. The tunnel was dark. The tunnel was dark with the aid of heavy machinery. The tunnel was dark with the aid of heavy machinery. The tunnel was dark. The tunnel was dark with the aid. The tunnel was dark. To form a hole by moving soil. To form a hole by moving soil. To form a hole by moving soil. The tunnel was dark. The tunnel was dark with the aid of heavy machinery. The tunnel was dark with the aid of heavy machinery. The tunnel was dark with the aid of heavy machinery. The tunnel was dark with the aid of heavy machinery. The tunnel was dark with the aid of heavy machinery. The tunnel was dark with the aid of heavy. The tunnel was dark with the aid. The tunnel was dark with the aid of heavy machinery. Okay. The tunnel was dark. The tunnel was dark with the aid of heavy machinery. The tunnel was dark with the aid of heavy machinery. To form a hole by moving soil. To form a hole by moving soil. The tunnel was dark. The tunnel was dark with the aid. The tunnel was dark with the aid of machinery. The tunnel was dark with the aid. The tunnel was dark with the aid of heavy machinery. A group of machines. A help or support. Duck. Dig. Tower. A hole and dug across the car. Like this. They dug was digging. The dog was digging a hole to enter its own It's boiling. The dog was digging it hole. The dog was digging a hole. The hole to hand. It's boiling. The dog was digging. The dog was digging a hole to hide. It's boiling. The dog was digging. The dog was digging a hole to hand. The dog was dig when they ate out. No. The dog was digging. Okay, the dog was digging a hole to hide its body. The dog was digging a hole. The dog was digging a hole to hand its bone. The dog was digging a hole. The dog was digging a hole. The dog was digging a hole to hand its bone. The dog was digging a hole. The dog was digging a hole. The dog was digging a hole to hand. Okay. The dog was digging a hole to hand its bone. It's boiling. The dog was digging. The dog was digging a hole. The dog was digging a hole. The dog was digging a hole to hand. The dog was to hand. The dog was digging a hole to hand its bone. The dog was digging a hole. Okay. The dog was digging a hole. 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 The dog was digging a hole to hand its body. Okay. Okay, so then the tunnel was dark. The tunnel was dark. The tunnel was dark. Okay, the tunnel was dark. No long. Instead, the tunnel was dead. Machinery. A group of large machines were the parts of the machine that make it work. Okay, let me see. Stack.
Dog.
Okay. Dark. The tunnel was dark. The tunnel was dark with the eight. Dark. The tunnel was dark with the aid of heavy machinery. The dog. The dog was digging a hole to two hands is blowing. The dog was digging. The dog was digging a hole. The dog was digging a hole. Two hand. It's blowing. The prisoners are made to dig holes. The prisoners are made to dig holes. The prisoners are made to dig holes and fill them in. Okay. Fill them in. Okay. The prisoners are made. The prisoners are made to dig. The prisoners are made to dig holes and fill them in. Okay. The prisoners are made to dig holes and fill them in. Okay. The prisoners are made to dig holes. 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 The prisoners are made to dig holes and fill them in. Okay. And fill them in. Okay. The prisoners are made in. The prisoners are made to dig a hole. And fill them in. Okay. And fill them in. Okay. Okay, the prisoners are made to dig hole. The prisoners are made to dig holes and fill them in. Okay, 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 and fill them in. Okay. Okay, the prisoners are made to dig holes. Okay, the prisoners are made to dig holes and fill them in. Okay. Okay. The ground was frozen. The ground was frozen. Okay. Okay. The ground was frozen hard. The ground was frozen hard and was impossible to dig. The ground was frozen hard and was impossible to dig. The ground was frozen hard and was impossible to dig. Okay. The ground was frozen hard and was impossible to dig. The ground was frozen hard. The ground was impossible to dig. Okay. The ground was frozen hard and impossible to dig. And was impossible to dig. Okay. The ground was frozen. 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 The ground was frozen hard. The ground was frozen hard. The ground was frozen hard. Okay. The ground was frozen hard and was impossible to dig. Okay. The ground was frozen hard. The ground was frozen hard and was impossible to dig. The ground was frozen. The ground was frozen hard and was impossible to dig. Such so hard, so heavy. They, which means其实这样What this? Background.
The.
OK 啊，区分很小的。OK good。Okay. Let me see. Okay, the ground was frozen and it was impossible to dig. That. Laid back. Dog. Back. Laid back. A shadow pit include the body's video. Search. To search somewhere where you looking for to search somewhere when you are looking for an object or information. To search somewhere when you are looking for an object or information. Search. To search somewhere when you are looking for an object or information. To search somewhere when you are looking for an object or information. To search somewhere when you are looking for an object or information. Head dug into his pocket. Into his pocket and took out a few coin. Okay. Search. To search somewhere. To search somewhere when you are looking for an object or information. To search somewhere when you are looking for an object or information. To search somewhere. Help or support. Somewhere. Search. To search.
Search.
Okay. To search somewhere when you are looking for an object or information. To search somewhere when you are looking for an object or information. To search somewhere when you are looking for an object or information. To search somewhere when you are looking for an object or information. To search somewhere when you are looking for an object or information. To search somewhere when you are looking for an object or situation. Okay, let me see. 不行，我稍微听听音乐。
tweet that I put out, which is actually, when I think back on it, I think it's my favorite tweet of mine. It's not necessarily the most insightful, it's not necessarily the most helpful, it's not even the one I think about the most, but when I look at it, there's just such a certain truth in there that it just resonates. And that is that a calm mind, a fit body, and a house full of love. These things cannot be bought, they must be earned. Even if you have all the money in the world, you can't have those three things. Jeff Bezos still has to work out, he still has to work his marriage or whatever his next relationship is, and his internal mental state is still going to be very much not controlled by external events. It's going to be based on how calm and peaceful he is inside. So I think those three things, your health, your mental health, and your close relationships, are things that you have to cultivate and can probably bring you a lot more peace and happiness than any amount of money ever will. So that's what I meant. Now, how to get there is actually a tweet storm that I still need to put out. I've been working on it. I have probably 100 tweets on it. It's just very hard to say anything on the topic without getting attacked from 50 different directions, especially these days on Twitter. So I've been hesitant to do it because I want to target it for a very specific kind of person. There's a bunch of people who don't believe that working on your internal state is useful. They're too focused on the external. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. They should do that. And that's what How to Get Rich Tweetstorm is for. There's a bunch of people who believe that the only thing worth working on is complete liberation, like you become the Buddha, and they'll attack anything in the middle as being useless. That's fine too, but most people aren't there. So what I want to do is to create a tweetstorm that is just very practical advice for everyday people who want to have a calmer internal state. Just a set of understandings, realizations, half-truths and truths that if you were to imbibe them properly, and again, these are just pointers to ideas that you already had and experiences that you already have, that if you keep these top of mind, slowly but steadily, it will help you with certain realizations that will lead you to a calmer internal state. That's what I want to work on. Fitness is another big one. I'm just not the expert there. There are plenty of good people on Twitter who are better at fitness than me. And I think loving household and relationships actually automatically falls out of the other things. If you have a calm mind, and if you've already made money, you should have good relationships. There's no reason why you shouldn't. A lot of divorces actually happen over money. Unfortunately, that's just the reality of it. So having money removes that part of it. A lot of external battles happen because your internal state is not good. When you're naturally internally peaceful, you're going to pick less fights. You're going to be more loving without expecting anything in return, and that will take care of things on the external relationship front.
So money solves your money problems. Money buys you freedom in the material world. I think that was a tweet from your cutting room floor. And money lets you not do the things that you don't want to do.
Yeah, to me, the ultimate purpose of money is so that you do not have to be in a specific place at a specific time doing anything you don't want to do.
We skipped one tweet because I wanted to cover all of the tweets on the topic of the long term. And the tweet that we skipped was, there are no get-rich-quick schemes. That's just someone else getting rich off you.
This goes back to the world being an efficient place. If there's an easy way to get rich, it's already been exploited. And there are a lot of people who will sell you ideas and schemes on how to make money, but they're just always selling you some $79.95 course or some audiobook or some seminar, which is fine. Everyone needs to eat. People need to make a living. They might actually have really good tips. But if they're giving you actionable, high-quality advice that acknowledges that it's a difficult journey and will take a lot of time, then I think that's realistic. But if they're selling you some get-rich-quick scheme, whether it's crypto or whether it's an online business or seminar, they're just making money off you. That's their get-rich-quick scheme. It's not going to necessarily work for you. One of the things about this whole Tweetstorm and podcast is that we don't have ads on here. We don't charge for anything. We don't sell anything. Not because I don't want to make more money. It's always nice to make more money. We're doing work here. But because it would completely destroy the credibility of the enterprise. If I'm saying, hey, I know how to get rich and I'm going to sell that to you, it ruins it. When I was young and I was kind of studying up on the topic, one of my favorite books on the topic was actually called How to Get Rich by Felix Dennis, the founder of Maxim magazine, billionaire who passed away. And he had a lot of crazy stuff in there, but he had some really good insights too. But whenever I read something by him or by the GoDaddy founder Bob Parsons or say Andrew Carnegie, so you read stuff by people who are already very wealthy and they've clearly made their wealth in other fields, not by selling the How to Get Rich line, they have credibility. You just trust them. And they're not trying to make money off of you. They are obviously trying to win some status and some ego, right? You always have to have a motivation for doing something. But at least that is a cleaner reason why they're probably not lying. They're probably not fooling you. They're not snowing you. At some level, every founder has to lie to every employee of the company that they have, where they have to convince them that it's better for you to work for me than it is to do what I did and go work for yourself. So I've always had a hard time with that, which is why the only honest way in my companies, I've recruited entrepreneurs. And I tell them, you're going to get to be entrepreneurial in this company. And the day you're ready to go start your own next thing, I'm going to support you. I'm never going to get in the way of you starting a company, but this can be a good place for you to learn how to build a good team, build a good culture, how to find product market fit, to perfect your skills, and meet some amazing people while you figure out exactly what it is you're going to do, because positioning, timing, deliberation are very important when starting a company. But what I've never been able to do is look them in the face and say, you must be at your desk by 8 a.m.
because I'm not going to be at my best by 8 a.m. I want my freedom. Or say to them that you're great at being a director today and you'll be a VP tomorrow, putting them in that career path track, because I don't believe in it myself. If anyone is giving advice on how to get rich, and they're also making money off of it, they should be making money possible. But you don't want to learn how to be fit and fat person, you don't want to learn how to be happy and a depressed person. So you don't want to learn how to be rich from a poor person, but you also don't want to learn how to be rich from somebody who makes money by telling people how to be rich. It's suspect. Anytime you see somebody who's actually gotten rich following some gurus' advice on getting rich, just remember that in any random process, if you run it long enough and if enough people participate in it, you will always get every single possible outcome with probability 1. There's a lot of random error in there, and then also this is why you have to absolutely and completely ignore business journalists and economists, academics when they talk about private companies. I wouldn't even name them, but like when a famous economist rails on Bitcoin, or when a business journalist attacks the latest company that's IPOing, it's complete nonsense. Those people have never built anything. They're professional critics. They don't know anything about making money. They don't know how to criticize and get paid views, and you are literally becoming dumber by reading them. You are burning neurons. I'll leave you with a quote from the same Colette that I like to say. If you want to be a philosopher, first become a king, and then become a philosopher, not first become a philosopher. I'm glad you brought up Talbot because I was going to finish this by saying just remember the title of his first book, which is Creed by Friends-S. One of the reasons why we're a little vague in this podcast is because we're trying to lay down principles that are timeless, as opposed to just giving you the winning lottery ticket numbers. You summarized this entire tweet storm with 2 words: productize yourself. Productize and yourself. Yourself has uniqueness. Productize has leverage. Yourself has accountability. Productize has specific knowledge. Yourself also has specific knowledge in that. So all of these pieces, you can combine them into these 2 words. Whenever you're doing anything in business, if you're looking toward the long term of getting wealthy, you should ask yourself, is this authentic to me? Is it myself that I projected? And then, am I productizing? Am I scaling it? Am I scaling with labor, or with capital, or with code, or with media? So it's a very handy, simple mnemonic. And what is this podcast? This is a podcast called The Ball. I'm literally productizing myself with a podcast. You want to figure out what you're uniquely good at, or what you uniquely are, and apply as much leverage as possible. So making money isn't even something you do. It's not a skill. It's who you are stamped out a million times. Making money should be a function of your identity and what you like to do. Another tweet that I really liked was, this was not mine, somebody else put this up. It said, find 3 hobbies. One that makes you money, one that keeps you fit, and one that makes you creative. I would change that slightly. So I would say one that makes you money, one that makes you fit, and one that makes you smarter. So in my case, my hobbies would be reading, making money. I love working with startups, either investing in them, brainstorming them, starting them. I just love that ideation, initial creation phase around startups. And then on the hobby that keeps you fit, I don't really have one. The closest thing I have is yoga, but that's where I fell apart. And I think people who early in life discover something like surfing or swimming or tennis or some sport that they continue doing throughout most of their life are very lucky because they found a hobby that will make them fit. We finished discussing the tweet storm, and we're going to spend some time on Q&A and discussing some of the tweets on the cutting room floor that didn't make it into the tweet storm. My first question is, do you think there are some common failure modes or typical things that people do wrong when they're trying to apply this advice? A lot of people don't understand what specific knowledge really is or how to quote-unquote obtain it. People don't understand what accountability really entails. They think that accountability means being successfully accountable. No, it means that you have to stick your neck out and fail with your name out there publicly and be willing to let people hate on you. One of the reasons I'm less active on Twitter lately is because every tweet summons an army of nitpickers and haters and it gets exhausting. But on the other hand, you have to learn how to ignore them, otherwise you can't survive on Twitter. A lot of people try to reconcile it with like, should I quit my 9-to-5 job or not? That can be a very hard decision. I don't think you need to go that extreme. You can start applying accountability and leverage and specific knowledge even within your existing career. It doesn't have to necessarily be fork off and do something else completely. A lot of people will use it as a way to agree and disagree with their existing biases. They'll say, oh yeah, I agree with that part, or that part you're completely wrong. The most interesting parts should be the ones that you disagree with. We clearly have proven that I know a few things. So if you disagree with it, then maybe that is an area where you can improve your thinking. I've definitely improved my thinking all the time, but I will tell you that in this tweet storm, I put down the minimum viable principles. I did not put down the whole universe of what I know about how to make money, because 90% of it is suspect. I put down the bedrock, the stuff that I'm pretty solidly sure about. And I have not yet seen a tweet that has successfully contradicted anything in this tweet storm that would cause me to say, oh yeah, I got that one wrong. I think another place where people get a little bit off is they look at this and they say, well, this only applies to tech entrepreneurs. I disagree. The example that I gave about real estate was a good one in that regard. It's just the nature of leverage, that technology drives leverage. So I'm going to push you in a tech direction to get the free leverage that is available in tech. And obviously this message is being delivered through the internet, so it's going to have a pro-internet bias. There are also people who believe that it's unfair to the people who don't have these opportunities to do anything with the opportunities that they do have. With that defeatist attitude, why even get out of bed in the morning? 90% of people are dead. There's a lot of people who are living on $1 a day. Do you live on $1 a day? No, it's up to you to play the hand that you're dealt, the best of your ability, and then you can take the winnings, the pot from that hand, and do whatever you want with it to fix the world. But saying that you should not do things just because others can't do things is living in denial. It's an excuse to not do anything. There are also people who believe that wealth creation is fundamentally at odds with an environmentally safe and healthy planet, and they view the whole thing as a giant zero-sum game. That's a false narrative as well. Elon Musk is not playing a zero-sum game with the environment, and there are plenty of entrepreneurs who are not. If anything, there is a word that environmentalists love, which is sustainability, and for-profit businesses are at least financially sustainable, if nothing else. You can do a B Corp, which has a dual mission. A lot of non-profit efforts would actually be better served by for-profit companies, because then they wouldn't have to go begging for grants all the time. They would be financially sustainable. Some great founders realize their philanthropic visions by running a business.
Who is this advice targeted to? Is it for my Lyft driver? Is it for an internet entrepreneur? Is it for somebody who wants to start a YouTube channel?
Because it comes from someone who's steeped in Silicon Valley and tech companies, it's always going to have a bias towards that. But I think it's good for anybody who wants to be entrepreneurial, anybody who wants to control their own life, anybody who wants to deterministically and reliably improve their ability to create wealth over time, is patient, and looking at it for the long haul. Certainly if you're 80 years old, retired, running out of energy, you should probably just stay retired. But there are 80-year-olds who have a lot of energy and want to do new things and live for the future. It can obviously apply very easily to a young person, I would say 9, 10 years old and up. The most difficult one is probably middle-aged, because when we're in our 30s, 40s, 50s, we already have a lot invested. We have a lot of obligations, because those are the years where we're earning and people are relying upon us. We don't want to change because we don't want to admit defeat in what we've been doing to date. But that's where it can actually be the most fruitful. It may be the most difficult pivot. You have a 9-to-5 job, you have a family relying upon you. And so it may seem like the things in this podcast are far too idealistic, but maybe it can inform your weekend projects. Maybe it can inform your self-re-education that you do at night on the internet. Maybe it can inform what roles you take on in the company that you're at, because they move you closer and closer to points of leverage, points of judgment, or points where you're naturally good at and you're authentic. It might cause you to take on more accountability. Even applied piecemeals, these principles can directionally guide you regardless of what stage you are at in life short of retirement. And if you're in retirement, just test them to see if they're true and then teach them to your kids or your grandkids. There's many different ways to participate. It should really apply to almost everybody who has a complete body, sound mind, and is looking to work.
I think one way to apply the advice is to look at who is getting the leverage off of the work that you're doing. Look up the value chain, look at who's above you and who's above them, and see how they are taking advantage of the time and the work that you're doing and how they're applying leverage to it. People do that naturally in that they want to move up the corporate ladder, but that's mostly about managing other people. And what you really want to be doing is managing more capital, products, media, and community. people think about moving up the ladder in their organization, but they don't think that often about moving to a different organization or creating their own organization to get more leverage.
In general, ceteris paribus, fancy Latin words for all other things equal, you will do better in a smaller organization than a larger one. You will have more accountability, it'll be more visible. You are more likely to be able to try on multiple things to find out the thing that you are uniquely good at. People are more likely to give you leverage through battlefield promotions. You're going to have more flexibility, there'll be more authenticity to how the company operates. A good progression for a career, start out in a large company and then progressively move to smaller and smaller ones. It's very hard to go from a small company to work in a larger company. Larger companies tend to be more about politics and less about merit. They're more stable, but they're less innovative situations. The goal long term is, if we are all wealthy, is that we're all working for ourselves, and the people who are working for us are essentially robots. And today that's software robots in data centers executing code. Tomorrow it could be delivery bots, flying bots, mechanical bots that are carrying things around. This goes back to this idea of the best relationships are peer relationships. If there's someone above you, then that's someone to learn from. If you're not learning from them and improving, then there shouldn't be anybody above you. If there's somebody below you, it's because you're teaching them and enabling them. If you're not teaching them and enabling them, then get a robot underneath. You don't need a human being below you. This is utopian, and it's a long ways off, but in the not too distant future, anybody who wants to work for themselves will be able to work for themselves. You may have to make other sacrifices. You may have to take on more risk. You may take on more accountability. You may have less steady income. But more and more, I think the younger generation is realizing that if they're going to work for themselves.
In one of your tweets, you listed out some of the things you should study, like programming, sales, reading, writing, arithmetic. One of the items that ended up on the cutting room floor was that you should also study ethics.
I was originally going to put that out there as a concession to people who believe that making money is evil and that the only way to make it is evil. But then I realized ethics is not necessarily something you study. It's something you think about, and it's something you do. Every one of us has a personal moral code, and where you got that moral code from is different for everybody. It's not like I can point you to a textbook. Sure, I can point you to some Roman and Greek text, but that's not going to suddenly make you ethical. There's the golden rule, right? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Or there's Nassim Taleb's silver rule, which is don't do unto others what you don't want them doing unto you. Once you've been in business long enough, you will realize how much of business is about trust. And it's about trust because you want to compound interest. You want to be able to work for long periods of time with trustworthy people without having to reevaluate every discussion, without having to rethink each time, and without having to constantly look over your shoulder. And so over time, you gravitate towards working with certain kinds of people. And similarly, those people will gravitate towards working with other ethical, quote-unquote, people. So being ethical turns out to be a selfish imperative. You want to be ethical because it attracts the other long-term players in the network. And then they want to do business with you. And if you build a good enough reputation for being ethical, eventually people will pay you just to do deals through you, because you're the one who will validate and ensure the deals by your presence, because you wouldn't be involved with low-quality stuff. So being ethical actually pays off in the long run, but it's the very long run. In the short run, being unethical pays off, which is why so many people go for it. It's a greedy algorithm. But you can be ethical simply because you're long-term greedy. And I can even outline a framework for different parts of so-called ethics just based on the idea of long-term selfishness. For example, you want to be honest because it leaves you with a clear mind. You don't have two threads running in your head. One is the lies that you told you to keep track of, and the other one is what you're saying. You just have to think about one thing at a time, so you have more energy to think about that thing, so you're a clearer thinker. Also, by being honest, you're rejecting the people who only want to hear the pretty lies, so you force those people out of your network, and sometimes it's painful, like friends and family, but long term, you create room for the people who like you exactly the way that you are. So that is a selfish reason to be honest. For example, in negotiations, if you're the kind of person who always tries to get the best deal for yourself, you will win a lot of very early deals and it'll feel very good. But on the other hand, there are a few people who will recognize that you're always scrabbling and not acting fairly, and they will tend to avoid you. Over time, those people end up being the deal makers in the network because people go to them for a fair shake or to figure out what's fair.
And so if you are cutting people fair deals, you don't get paid in the short term, but in the long term, everybody wants to deal with you, and you end up being a market hub. You have more information, you have trust, you have reputation, and people end up doing deals through you. A lot of wisdom is just realizing the long-term consequences of your actions. And so the longer term you're willing to look, the wiser that you're going to seem to everybody around you.
Do you want to tell us about some of the jobs that you had as a youth and the specific job that kicked off your fanatical obsession with creating wealth?
This gets a little personal, and I don't want to do the humble brag thing. There was some thread going around on Twitter about, like, name 5 jobs you've held, and every rich person on there was trying to signal how they've held, like, normal jobs. So I don't want to play that game. I've held a bunch of menial jobs. There were people who had it worse than me, people who had it better than me. There was one point where I was washing dishes in the school cafeteria, and I said, F this, I hate this, I can't do this anymore. And I sweet-talked my way to a computer science prof of helping TA his CS class in algorithms when I myself was completely unqualified for that. And so it forced me to learn computer science algorithms so I could TA the rest of the course. But that desire came out of the suffering of washing dishes in the college cafeteria, which is not to say there's anything wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with anything, really. But it was just not for me. I did not enjoy it. I had an active mind, and I wanted to make my money and earn my living through mental activities, not through physical activities. But sometimes it takes the suffering of doing the wrong thing to motivate you enough to do the right thing. I worked at a law firm for a while, a big prestigious law firm in New York City. I had a big internship there, and I basically got fired for surfing Usenet back in the day. This is before the internet was a big thing. Usenet was the news groups, and it was the only way for me to stay from being completely bored. And I was an overpaid guy wearing a tie and a suit, and I had to hang out in the conference room. When the lawyers needed photocopies, I would make photocopies.
Okay, let's get it talked. Yeah. To search some. Okay. To search some word. To search some when you are. To search somewhere when you are looking for an object or information. To search somewhere when you are looking for an object or information. To search somewhere when you are looking for an object or something. To search somewhere when you are looking for to search somewhere when you are looking for an object. To search somewhere when you are looking for an object or information. To search somewhere when you are looking for an object or information. To search somewhere when you are looking for an object or information. To search somewhere when you are looking for an object or information. Okay. Hit that into his pocket and got the food. Hit that. Into his pocket. Head tag into his pocket. Tag. Okay, let me see. Head tag. Cần phải xử lý này. Head tag.
Doug.
That.
Doug.
Doug. Doug.
Doug.
Hit that. Còn được những gì đi quanh câu back coba bantu ya sini head duck into his pocket and took out a few coins. He dug into his pocket. He dug into his pocket and took out. He dug into his pocket. He dug into his pocket and took out a few coins. He dug into his pocket. He dug into his pocket and took out a few coins. He dug into his pocket and took out a few coins. Okay, he dug into his pocket and took out a few coins. He dug into his pocket and took out a few coins. A few coins. He dug into his pocket and took out a few coins. As a dug deeper. He dug into his pocket and took out a few coins. And he dug into his pocket and took out a few coins. As a dug. He dug into his pocket. He dug and took out a few. And he dug into. He dug into his pocket. He dug into his pocket. He dug into his pocket and took out a few coins. He dug into his pocket and took out a few coins. He dug out a few. He dug out. He dug into his pocket. 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 He dug into his pocket and took out a few coins. As I deeper into the past, as I dug deeper into his past, as I dug deeper. Okay. As I dug deeper into his pocket, past. As I dug deeper into his past. As I dig into his past. As I dug deeper into his past. As I dug deeper into his past. As I dug deeper into his past, I realized that there was a knot about that I didn't know. about his man that I didn't know. I realized that there was not about his man that I didn't know. Found out more about it. As I dug deeper into his past. Okay. As I dug deeper into his past, I realized that there was not about his man that I didn't know. As I dig deep, as I dug deeper into his past, found out more about it. I realized there was not about his man that I didn't know. Okay, as I dug deeper into his past, Okay, as I dig deeper into his past, I realized that there was not about his man that I didn't know. Proof. To like or understand something. Proof. To like or understand something. Hey, I really dig this. I really dig this shoes. Hey, I realized to like or understand something. To like or understand. To like or understand something. Hey, I really dig those shoes. Hey, I really dig those shoes. Hey, I really dig those shoes. You dig my meaning, man. You dig my meaning, man. You dig my meaning, man. Okay. I really dig those shoes. You dig my meaning, man. Approve. To like or understand something. To like or understand something. Hey, I really dig those. Hey, I really dig those shoes. You dig my meaning, man. Okay, yes. Okay, verb. Approve. To like or understand. To like or understand something. To like. Approve. To like or understand something. To like or understand something. understand something. Hey, ironically those shoes. Hey, ironically those shoes. You dig my meaning. You dig my meaning, man. You dig my meaning, man. You dig my meaning, man. Man, you dig my meaning. You dig my meaning, man. Yeah. Yeah. Old-fashioned slang. Old-fashioned slang. To look, to like or understand something. To like or understand something. To look or understand something. Hey, I really dig those shoes. Yeah, I really dig those shoes. Yeah. Or like, I really like those shoes. Ironically, Okay. search, prove, approve. Old-fashioned, slang, old-fashioned slang. To like or understand, something. To hit someone or something, or something with the foot. To hit someone or something with the foot, or to nonsense. Okay. To hit someone or something with the foot, or to move the feet, and neck suddenly, and vanish. To hit someone. To hit someone. To hit someone or something with the foot. 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 To hit someone or something with the foot, or to move the feet and legs suddenly and violently means extremely or strongly. Violent. Okay. To hit someone or something with the to hit someone or something with the foot. To hit someone or something with the foot, or to move the foot, To hit someone or something with the foot. 这两个我必须记死。To hit someone or something with the foot. To hit someone or something with the foot, or to move the feet and legs suddenly and violent. To hit someone. To hit someone or something with the foot, or to move the feet and legs suddenly and violent. To hit someone or something with the foot. To hit someone or something with the foot, or to move the feet and legs suddenly and legs suddenly and violent. To hit someone or something with the foot. To hit someone or something with the foot, or to move the feet and legs suddenly and violent. Okay, to hit someone or something with the foot. To hit someone or something with the foot, or to move the feet, or to move the feet. Foot. Okay. Or to move the foot and legs suddenly and quick. Violent. Okay. Foot. And suddenly and suddenly. To hit hit someone or something with the foot, or to move, feet, and legs suddenly, and feet and legs suddenly and violently. Legs suddenly. Or to move the foot. To hit someone or something. To hit someone or something with the foot. Or to the foot. Or to move the. Okay. To hit someone or something. To hit someone or something. To hit someone or something with the foot, or to move the feet, 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 and the legs suddenly and violently. Okay. To hit someone or something. To hit someone or something with the foot. To hit someone or something with the foot, or to move the, or to move the feet, 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 or to move the feet. Okay. Or to move the feet and legs suddenly, and or to move the feet and suddenly, and or to move the feet and suddenly, or to move the feet and suddenly and violently. I kicked the lip. I kicked the ball. I kicked the ball. I kicked the ball as hard as I could. I kicked the ball as I kicked the ball as hard as I could. I kicked the ball as hard as I could. He was accused of kicking a man in the face. He was accused of kicking. He was accused of kicking a man in the face. He was accused of kicking a man in the face. I kicked the ball as hard as I could. I kicked the ball as hard as I could. I kicked the ball as hard as I could. He was accused of kicking a man in the face. He was accused. He was accused of kicking a man in the face. He was accused of kicking a man in the face. He was accused of kicking a man in the face. He was accused kicking. Okay, next. Accused. Okay, they make a statement. Saying that someone is accused of a crime. Someone is accused of a crime.
The accused.
He was accused to saying that someone has done something wrong, okay? To make a formal statement saying that someone is accused. Okay. Accused, saying that someone has done something more wrong. You make on camera. He was accused. Okay. Okay. He was accused of kicking. Okay. He was accused of kicking. Okay. He was accused of kicking a man in the face. He was accused of kicking. Okay, he was accused of kicking a man in the face. He was accused of kicking a man in the face. He was accused of kicking a man in the face. Okay. She felt the baby. Okay, she felt the baby kicking inside her. She felt the baby kicking inside her. Okay. He was accused of kicking a man in the face. He felt the baby kicking inside her. Then one was so angry. He He was accused of kicking a man in the face. He felt the baby kicking. 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 He felt the baby kicking inside her. 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 The hockey player. The hockey player was removed. The hockey player was removed. The hockey player was removed from the game for kicking a opponent with his skate. The hockey player was removed. The hockey player was removed. The hockey player was removed from the game for kicking his opponent with his skate. The hockey player was removed. The hockey player was removed from the game for the hockey player was removed from the game for kicking his opponent with his skate. Okay, the hockey player was removed. The hockey player was removed. The hockey player was removed from the game for kicking his opponent with his skate. Okay. The hockey player was removed. 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 The hockey player was removed from the game and for kicking his opponent with his skate. Okay, the hockey player was removed from the game for kicking his opponent with his skate. With his skate. Okay, the hockey player was removed from the game for kicking his opponent with his skate. Yeah, you right? Yeah. Okay, 怎么理解？ The hockey player was removed from the game. OK， 举棒球移动中有对有限移动和有限移动。For kicking his opponent. For kicking his opponent. Okay, the kicking player. The hockey. Okay, The hockey player was removed from the game. With the hockey player was removed from the game for kicking his opponent with his skate. His competition person. Okay, a person with a sport or game. The hockey player was removed from the game. For the hockey player was removed from the game for kicking his opponent with his skate. Yeah, right. If a gun kicks, it jumps. If a gun kicks, it jumps back. If a gun kicks, it jumps back. If a gun kicks, it jumps back suddenly and with force. When the gun is fired. It jumps back suddenly and with force. With force. If a gun kicks, it jumps back. If a gun kicks, it jumps back. Okay, now this. It jumps back suddenly. It jumps back. Okay. It jumps if a gun kicks. If a gun kicks, it jumps. If a gun kicks, it jumps back. It jumps back suddenly. 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 It jumps back. If a gun kicks, it jumps back suddenly and with force when the gun is fired. Okay, it jumps back suddenly. It jumps back suddenly. It jumps back suddenly. It jumps back suddenly. And it jumps back suddenly and with force when the gun is fired. Yeah, you know. Okay, if a gun kicks, if a gun kicks, it jumps back suddenly and with force when the gun is fired. Okay, if a gun kicks, it jumps back suddenly. It jumps back suddenly. It jumps back suddenly. Okay. If a gun kicks, it jumps back suddenly and with force when the gun is fired. And with force when the gun is fired. Yeah, I'm right. If a gun kicks, it jumps back. Okay, when the gun kicks, shoot. When the gun jumps back suddenly and with force when the gun is fired. When the gun is fired. Okay. Back suddenly and with force when the gun is fired. It's back. 出来会跳回来。OK， 就是这样的。OK， 当你开枪的时候，当你开枪的时候，OK， 如果这个枪 kicks， 这就是没上保险。If a gun kicks， 在你开枪的时候，这个后坐力会反过来，后坐力会突然的反过来。The gun hit. If 枪当枪开始踢的时候，当枪踢死 ，when the gun fired， 这怎么理解这句话呢？我觉得是，那这是，哎呀，如果把枪踢开，如果这个就是不是很对。如果等离开我的时候，突然用力跳，对吧？If a gun kicks, jumps back.如果一把枪踢了，如果一把枪踢开。jump back， 它有突然向后跳，突然用力的向后跳，用力 force， OK， 当枪开火的时候，它会突然用力向后跳。 very much. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Cake. Cake someone.
And in the meantime, I would be bored out of my skull. This is pre-iPhone. Thank God to Steve Jobs for saving us all from unending boredom. But I used to read the Wall Street Journal, or anything that I could get my hands on. I would have read the back of a brochure just to keep from going insane, because listening to a bunch of corporate lawyers discuss how to optimize minute details in a big contract is really dull. And they got mad at me because they wanted me to sit there quietly and not read the Wall Street Journal. They said that's rude, that's misbehavior. So I got called up and reprimanded a bunch of times, and then I was finally terminated. And I was sent home in shame early from my very prestigious internship, destroying my chances of going to law school. And I was unhappy for all of an hour. But ultimately, it's one of the best things that ever happened to me, because then I would have ended up as a lawyer. Not that I have anything against lawyers, but it's not what I was meant to do.
You mentioned the catering job that you had a while back that really kicked off the whole obsession.
That was an envy thing. When I was in high school, I had to make some money to pay for my first semester at college, and I had to get a job. It was the summer of 1990, 1991 time frame. So this was the Bush senior recession. If anyone who was alive back then remembers this, so it was actually really hard to get a job. So I ended up working for an Indian food catering company, and I ended up having to serve at a birthday party for a kid who was actually in my school. So I saw my classmates, and I was out there serving food and drinks to them, and that was incredibly embarrassing. I wanted to hide away and die right there. But you know what? It's all part of the plan. It's all part of the motivation. If I hadn't had that happen, I probably wouldn't be as motivated and I wouldn't be as successful. So it's all fine. But it was definitely a very strong motivator. In that sense, envy can be useful. Envy can also eat you alive if you let it follow you your entire life. But there are points in your life where it can be a very powerful booster rocket.
We spoke earlier about picking a business model that has leverage, from scale economies, network effects, zero marginal cost of replication. There were a few other ideas on the cutting room floor that I want to go through with you. The first one was the principal-agent problem.
So mental models are all the rage. Everyone's trying to become smarter by adopting mental models. I think mental models are interesting, but I don't think explicitly in terms of mental model checklists. I know Charlie Munger does, but that's just not how I think. Instead, I tend to focus on the few lessons that I've learned in life over and over that I think are incredibly important and seem to apply almost universally. One that keeps coming up from microeconomics, because as we've established, macroeconomics is not really worth spending time on, is what's called the principal-agent problem. Principal in this case is principle with a P-A-L, not P-L-E, so it's not a principle that you follow. It's a principal who is a person. A principal is an owner. And an agent is the person who works for the owner. So you can think of it as an employee, the difference between a founder and an employee. I can summarize this by a famous quote that either was said by Napoleon or by Julius Caesar. It's generally attributed to either one. But he said, if you want it done, then go. If not, then send. Which is saying, if you want to do something right, do it yourself, because other people just don't care enough. Now, the principal-agent problem pops up everywhere. In microeconomics, the way that they try to characterize it is that the principal's incentives are different than the agent's incentives. So the owner of the business wants what is best for the business and will make the most money. The agent generally wants whatever will look good to the principal, or might make them the most friends in the neighborhood or in the business, or might make them personally the most money. You see this a lot with hired gun CEOs running public companies, where the ownership of the public company is distributed so widely that there's no principal remaining. So nobody owns more than 1% of the company. The CEO takes charge, stuffs the board with their buddies, and then starts issuing themselves low-price stock options or doing a lot of stock buybacks because their compensation is based directly tied to the stock price. So agents have a way of hacking systems. This is what makes incentive design so difficult. As Charlie Munger says, if you could be working on incentives, don't work on anything else. Almost all human behavior can be explained by incentives. The study of signaling and signals is seeing what people do despite what they say. People are much more honest with their actions than they are with their words. You have to get the incentives right to get people to behave correctly. It's a very, very difficult problem. Because the good people aren't purely coin operated. They're not just looking for money, they're also looking for other things like status or meaning in what they do. Principal agent problem is the one that as a business owner, you're always going to be trying to figure out, how do I make this person think like me? How do I incent them? How do I give them founder mentality? And I think you have to truly have been a founder to fully appreciate how important this founder mentality thing is, and what a difficult and gnarly problem the principal agent problem is. What I would say to you is, if you are a principal, you essentially want to spend a lot of your time thinking about this problem. What that means is, you want to take your top lieutenants and you want to be very generous with them in terms of ownership and incentives, even if they don't necessarily realize it, because over time they will, and you want them to be aligned with you in how they operate. When you do business deals, it's better to have an aligned partnership where you both have the same incentives than a partnership where you got the advantage in the deal. You negotiate in such a way that you got the better end of the transaction, because eventually the other person will figure it out, or they'll be misaligned and the partnership will fall apart. Either way, it's not going to be one of those things that you can invest into with the benefits of compound interest over decades. Finally, if you're in a current role where you're an agent, you're an employee, your most important job is to think like a principal. The more you can think like a principal, the better off you're going to be long term, because it's training you how to be a principal long term, and eventually you will become a principal. It's also going to align you with the principal, and a good principal will then promote you or empower you or give you accountability or leverage way out of proportion to what might be your menial role. I'm always very impressed by founders who will promote up very, very young people through the ranks, having them skip multiple levels despite their experience. And invariably it happens because this agent, who's way deep down, thinks like a principal. So if you can hack your way through the principal agent problem, you've probably solved half of what it takes to run a company.
The reason I asked about this one first is because I feel like I personally never see the principal agent problem in my work. I tend to work in small teams where everybody is highly economically aligned, and the people have been filtered for a commitment to the mission, and everybody else who doesn't work out moves on to another role elsewhere.
These are all heuristics that you have designed to avoid having to deal with the single biggest problem in management. Another example of a heuristic you can have that helps you route around the principal agent problem is to deal with the smallest firms possible. So for example, when I'm hiring a lawyer or a banker or even an accountant to work on my deals, one of the things that I've become very cognizant about is the bigger firms, all other things equal, are generally worse. Yes, they have more experience. Yes, they have more people. Yes, they have a bigger brand. But what you'll find is that the principal and the agent are highly separated. And very often the principal will sell you and convince you to work with a firm, but then all the work will be done by an agent who simply doesn't care as much. And you can end up getting substandard service. So I prefer to work with boutiques, and my ideal law firm to work with is a law firm of one. My ideal banker to work with is a solo banker. Now you're making other sacrifices and trade-offs in terms of that person's resources, and you are betting big on that person, but you've got one throat to choke, there's no one else to point fingers to, there's nowhere to run. The accountability is extremely high. If you're an agent, the best way to operate is just say, what would the founder do? If you think like the owner and you act like the owner, it's only a matter of time until you become the owner.
Let's chat about the Kelly criterion.
The Kelly criterion is a very popularized mathematical formulation of a simple concept. And the simple concept is, don't risk everything. Stay out of jail. Don't bet everything on one big gamble. Just be very careful how much you bet each time so you don't lose the whole kitty. The Kelly criterion mathematically formulates, if you're a gambler, even when you have an edge, how much should you gamble per hand, because even when you have an edge, you can still lose. So let's say you're 51-49 edge, every gambler knows not to bet the whole kitty on that 51-49 edge, because you could just lose everything, and you don't get to come back to the average. Nassim Taleb famously talks about ergodicity, which is a fancy word for the simple concept that what is true for 100 people on average isn't the same as one person averaging that same thing 100 times. The easiest way to see that is by playing Russian roulette. 6 people who play Russian roulette once each, and then each winner gets $1 billion. One person ends up dead, 5 people have $1 billion, versus one person who plays Russian roulette with the same one gun 6 times is never going to end up a billionaire, is going to end up worth 0. And so risk-taking, especially when the averages are calculated across large populations, is not always rational. The Kelly criterion helps you avoid ruin. The number one way in which people get ruined in modern business is not by betting too much, but it's by cutting corners and doing unethical things or downright illegal things. Ending up in an orange jumpsuit in prison or having your reputation ruined is the same as getting wiped to 0. So never do those things.
Let's talk about the Schelling point.
The game theory concept made famous by Thomas Schelling in a book called Strategy of Conflict, which I do recommend reading. It's about multiplayer games where other people are responding based on what they think your response is. What he came up with was the mathematical formalization of how do you get people who cannot communicate with each other to coordinate. Suppose that I want to meet with you, but I don't tell you where and I don't tell you when. We both want to meet, but we cannot communicate any more information to each other. That would sound like an impossible problem to solve. We're done. We can't do it. Not quite. Because I know that you're a rational person and smart and educated, and you know I'm a rational person who's smart, we're going to start thinking, if we have to pick an arbitrary date, we're probably going to pick New Year's. And what time? Midnight or 12:01 a.m. And where will we meet? What is a big meeting point? Well, if we're Americans, it's probably in New York City. It's the most important city. And where in New York City will we meet at midnight? Probably Grand Central Station under the clock. Maybe you end up at the Empire State Building, but not likely. You can just use social norms to converge onto a Schelling point. There are many times in many games where you can look at the game itself, whether it's business or art or politics, and you can find the convergent Schelling point within the context of that game. You can cooperate with the other person. Here's a simple example. Let's suppose that you have 2 companies that are competing heavily with each other and they hold an oligopoly. Let's say that they're competing right now and the price fluctuates between $8 and $12 for whatever the service is. Don't be surprised if they both converge on $10 without ever talking to each other.
Do you want to talk about Pareto optimal?
Pareto optimal is another concept from game theory, along with Pareto superior. Pareto superior means that something is better in some ways while being equal or better in the other ways. It's not worse off in any way. This is an important concept when you're negotiating with somebody. If you can make a solution Pareto superior to where it was before, you will always do that. Pareto optimal is when the solution is the best that it can possibly be, then you can't change it without making it worse in at least one dimension. There is a hard trade-off from this point forward. These are important concepts to understand when you're involved in a big negotiation. In negotiation, though, I would generally say that, this is a tweet that I have, negotiations are won by whoever cares less. Negotiation at the end of the day is about not wanting it too badly. If you want something too badly, then the other person will be able to extract more price from it. If you do care more about something than the other person and they are taking advantage of you in a negotiation, then your best way to deal with that is to turn it from a short-term game into a long-term game. Try to make it into a repeat game. Try to bring reputation into line. Try to bring other people in who may have a say in the future or may want to play games with this person in the future. An example of a very high cost, low information, single move game is having your house renovated. Contractors are notorious for overbooking, ripping people off, being unaccountable. I'm sure contractors have their own side of it. The homeowner has unreasonable demands. We found problems. The homeowner doesn't want to pay for it. They don't understand. They're low information buyers. It's a very expensive transaction. Historically, it's been very hard to find good contractors, and the contractor has no choice on what a good homeowner is. You try to go through friends, you try to go through reputation, and what you're basically doing there is you're trying to convert a single move expensive game with a high probability of cheating on both sides into a multi-move game. One way to do that would say, well, actually, I need 2 different projects done. So the first project we'll do together, and then based on that, I'll decide if we do the second project. You can split your work up into 2 projects. Another way might be, I'm going to do this project with you, and then I have 3 friends who want projects done, and they're waiting to see the outcome of these projects. Another one might be the same person operating within the same community and having a reputation in the community to protect. Another one could be you write them a Yelp review or a Thumbtack review. These are all ways of turning a single move game into a longer term game and helping get past a position of poor negotiating leverage and poor information.
We talked about compounding and compounding interest, but we didn't really dig into it that much.
Relationships are a good example of compound interest. Once you've been in a good relationship with somebody for a while, whether it's business or it's romantic, life gets a lot easier because you know that person's got your back. You don't have to keep questioning. If I'm doing a deal with someone that I've dealt with for 20 years and I trust them and they trust me, we don't have to read the legal contracts. Maybe we don't even need to create legal contracts. Maybe we can actually do it on handshakes. That kind of trust makes it very, very easy to do business. If Nivi and I start another company, I know that if things aren't working out, we're both going to be extremely reasonable about how to go about it, how to exit out of it, how to shut it down, or even if we're scaling it, how to bring in new people. At this point, we have mutual trust, and that allows us to start businesses more easily and almost compounds the effect. Especially when you're dealing with something like a startup, which is so difficult to pull off. Removing these frictional mechanisms can actually often be the difference between success and failure. I think the number one most under-recognized reason startups fail is because the founders fall apart.
There's a couple non-intuitive things about compounding. The first one is that most of the benefits of compounding comes at the end of the compounding. So you may not necessarily see the huge benefits of it up front. There was that good quote from an article that Sam Altman wrote where he said, "I always want it to be a project that, if successful, will make the rest of my career look like a footnote." Again, that just goes back to the idea that most of the benefits of compounding come at the end. The other thing that's a little non-intuitive about compounding is that I think it's better to have a few deep compounding relationships with people instead of a large amount of non-compounding relationships.
One of the under-realized things in business is that it takes just as much effort to create a small business as it does to create a large business. Whether you're Elon Musk or whether you're the guy running 3 Italian restaurants in town, you're working 80 hours a week. You're sweating bullets, you're hiring and firing people, you're trying to balance the books. It's highly stressful and it takes years and years of your life. But in one case, you get companies that are worth $50, $100 billion and the adulation of everybody. And the other hand, you might make a little bit of money and you've got some nice restaurants. So think big.
Are there any other microeconomic concepts outside of zero marginal cost of replication and scale economies that are important for people to understand?
Price discrimination is an important thing to understand. What it means is that you can charge people different things based on their propensity to pay. Now, you're not allowed to charge different people different things just because you don't like them. You have to offer them a little something extra, but it has to be something that rich people care about. Business class seats will routinely cost 5 or 10 times what an economy class seat does, but it probably costs the airline just 2, maybe 3x to provide that. It's just the rich person is more willing to pay, so you have to give them the little things that they need extra to either signal they're rich or that little bit of comfort that they want. Price discrimination gets used a lot in enterprise software, where you have a freemium product. The free version will do almost everything, but then if you want the version that's a little extra secure or hosted on your site or has multi-user administration so the IT person can monitor everything that's going on, you'll suddenly find yourself paying 10, 100, or infinite times as much as you go from a free product to a priced product. Another good concept is consumer surplus and producer surplus, which is the excess value that somebody gets. Even though they were willing to pay more, the product was priced the same for everybody. I get a lot of joy out of my morning coffee. Obviously, I've made some money. If my coffee costs $20, I would pay $20 for my morning coffee. But Starbucks doesn't know that. It can't price the coffee at $20 just for me because it's selling the exact same product. So I'm getting a lot of consumer surplus out of the coffee. And all businesses generate consumer surplus. It's a good thing to keep in mind when someone's harping about how evil companies are. Amazon might be $1 trillion company, but I will bet you they're generating trillions of dollars in consumer surplus through convenience and willingness to pay. There are a lot of people who are willing to pay more than what Amazon charges them for all their services.
Let's talk about NPV.
NPV is just the net present value of something. It's when you say, that stream of payments I'm going to get in the future, what is that worth today? So a common example of this is you're joining a startup company and you're getting stock options, and the founder says, well, this company is going to be worth $1 billion and I'm giving you 0.1% of the company, therefore you're getting $1 million worth of stock. What he or she's arguing is what's going to be worth in the future. You have to discount that back to today. You have to figure out what is that worth today, and you have to apply a discount rate or an interest rate that takes into account the massive risk that startups face. What you'll end up with is a price that is worth today, and that's the price at which a venture capitalist would invest in the company today. So if that founder just raised a round at $10 million, and that company is only worth 1% of what the founder is arguing, your $1 million package is actually worth $10,000. So NPV calculations at a very rough level, you should be very comfortable doing in your head.
What's a mispriced externality? You mentioned that at some point during our podcast.
An externality is when there is an additional cost that is imposed by whatever product is being produced or consumed that is not accounted for in the price of the product. Sometimes you can fix that by putting the price back into the product. One of the most ardent ways people attack capitalism these days is that it's destroying the environment. And if you throw away capitalism because it's destroying the environment, then guess what? We're all headed back to pre-industrial times. It's not going to be a good thing. So rather, there's an externality because the environment is finite, the environment is precious, and we have to price it properly and fold it back in. If people are wasting water or putting hydrocarbons in the atmosphere or polluting things, you want to charge them what it costs to clean up that pollution, return it to a pristine state. Perhaps that price has to be very, very, very high. If you raise that price high enough, you knock out pollution. It's much better than feel-good measures where we're just going to ban plastic bags and we're going to say don't take showers on Saturdays and Sundays when we're having a drought. California likes to run declarations and ads to scare you into not taking showers on times when there's a drought, when it would be just much better to raise the price of fresh water. Your average consumer might pay a few pennies more for a shower, but then the almond farmers who consume a lot of the water will cut back on using fresh water, and almond farming may move to a part of the country where water is more abundant. Properly pricing externalities can save resources in a tremendous way. It's a good framework to think about how to be effective when you want to do things like save the environment rather than feel good things that won't actually amount to anything.
One of the most common questions we get from people is, how do I get the time to start investing in myself? I have a job. I'll kick off the answer with one of the tweets from the cutting room floor, where you said, you will need to rent your time to get started. This is only acceptable when you are learning and saving, preferably in a business where society does not yet know how to train people and apprenticeship is the only model.
You're going to have to work starting out unless you happen to be born rich, in which case you probably won't have the motivation to make money in the first place. But if you're going to do the work, join a business where apprenticeship matters. Warren Buffett went and tried to work for Benjamin Grant straight out of school to learn how to be a value investor, and he offered to work for free, and Ben Grant said, you're overpriced. It's true in that these apprenticeship businesses, you're probably making a sacrifice in terms of short-term career to work there. But try to learn something where people haven't quite figured out how to teach it yet. And that can happen if you're working in a field that is brand new and quickly expanding, so no one has figured it out, or it's a field that's very circumstantial where the details really matter and it's always moving. For example, fund investments or investing in general is one of those skills. Entrepreneurship is one of those skills. One of the most coveted jobs that's come up in Silicon Valley in the last half decade or so is being a chief of staff for an entrepreneur, where the brightest young kids will follow the CEO or the entrepreneur around and do whatever that person needs them to do. And in many cases, they were overqualified for the position. You may have someone who has 2 graduate degrees who is essentially running the CEO's laundry for that day because that's the most important thing that needs to be done. But at the same time, they're also going to be sitting in all the highest end staff meetings. They're going to be privy to all the venture fundraising decks and all the stress and drama, theatrics, innovation, and knowledge that can only come from being next to the entrepreneur. Because the entrepreneur is willing to do anything and everything to make their company successful, and the chief of staff is accompanying them and learning. Now, obviously, this is very Silicon Valley-centric tech company advice. If you are currently stuck in a normal job and you don't have the opportunity to learn an apprenticeship model and you need to make money, then go ahead and do that job, but even within the context of that job, try to be innovative, sign up to take on new challenges, new responsibilities, find the part of the job that has a steep learning curve. What you're really trying to avoid is repetitive drudgery. Repetitive drudgery doesn't serve anybody. Then you're essentially just counting the time. All right, welcome everybody back to the podcast. We have with us Hasib Qureshi, who's a partner at Dragonfly. Hasib and I used to work together back when I was more active in crypto land. And Vitalik is, of course, a polymath and genius, although he may bristle at that description, who created Ethereum, which was the first smart contract blockchain to gain any volume and change the face of blockchain computing as we know it. Hasib, do you want to give us a quick one-paragraph background on yourself?
So I'm a software engineer by background. I'm now an investor. I run Dragonfly Capital, which is a global crypto fund. We only invested in crypto, and I've been doing this for a little bit over 4 years now. It's funny because when I first got into crypto, I remember I was actually at IC3, this academic crypto conference. I just left my job at Airbnb as a software engineer. And I met Vitalik for the first time, and I asked you, what do you think is the most important problem to solve in crypto? At the time, your answer was something about wallets. And you were like, I think it's important to build more wallets. And at that time, I had a vague understanding of what that meant to build wallets. But that was what triggered my dive down the rabbit hole of Ethereum. And I remember in the very early days, when I was first really diving deep into crypto, I remember coming away with a very strong feeling after that IC3 conference that Bitcoin was going to die. And the reason why I thought Bitcoin was going to die is I was like, look at the obvious massive delta in the intellectual energy and character of what's going on in the Ethereum world, which is everything that I saw at IC3, versus what I saw in the Bitcoin world, which was a whole lot of religious anger and fervor and not a whole lot of innovation. And I turned out to have a very simplistic understanding at that time, but that was how I first got into crypto full time, through that small interaction that you and I had back then.
And you also have a background as a poker player, if I remember correctly.
That is also correct. In a former life, before I got into the technology world, I used to be a professional poker player for about 5 years.
There's a strangely large number of us who were either in Magic the Gathering or in poker before we got into crypto.
Or World of Warcraft.
Maybe it's just geeks and gamers.
I do think it's bigger than that. I had this theory that you and I have talked about before. Every generation, there is some hustle that if you're really smart, very aggressive and looking for edges and not afraid of looking weird, there are ways to get ahead early or to make a lot of money in a way that's not obvious to most people, and it's maybe even slightly subversive. The kind of thing your parents would raise their eyebrows if you were spending a lot of time on. In my day, that was poker. There's a time when it became fantasy sports, it became crypto, then it became DeFi and liquidity mining, then it became NFT trading. 2 years from now, there will be something else when NFTs are very professionalized and there's not that much alpha to be made trading NFTs. There'll be something else that young, really hungry people who are not afraid of looking dumb are going to be doing to make a lot of money.
Vitalik, do you want to give us a quick background?
Born in Russia, moves to Canada when he was 6. At the time, I had already been doing a lot of math, a lot of programming, and I had been halfway through high school. And I came upon this interesting Bitcoin thing. It fascinated me immediately because of how it combines together all of my interests at the time. Bitcoin has the mathematical aspects, it has the cryptography, it has the computer science, the code, it's all open source software. I had been very into open source software at the time. And then also there's these economic and political aspects. I had been following Austrian economics a little already, and then Bitcoin just hit all of those buttons. I started trying my best to join the Bitcoin community. I started scouring through the Bitcoin forums, looking for jobs that would pay me in Bitcoin, because I figured the point of Bitcoin is that you're supposed to earn it. I found someone willing to pay me 5 Bitcoins, which back then was $4 per article, to write articles for his blog. I did this for a few months, then eventually a poker player from Romania named Mihail Isia reached out to me and said that he was starting a Bitcoin magazine and wanted me to be the first writer. I immediately agreed, and I became the first writer for Bitcoin magazine. I kept doing that for about 2 weeks, started doing more and more Bitcoin-related writing, learning about Bitcoin, eventually more programming-related projects. Did some work for a colored coins library called Bitcoin X, and started getting deeper and deeper into the space. Then in mid-2013, I decided that I would go on this Bitcoin trip, take half a year off of university, and go around the world, visit all of the Bitcoin communities I could, understand the communities, see what everyone is up to. Eventually, after a few months of this, I came upon these people that were trying to take the blockchain and extend it to do things other than cryptocurrency. So there was this project called Covered Coins that had existed for a long time, which was trying to use the blockchain as this database layer to issue other kinds of assets on top. So you could issue shares on the blockchain, you could issue digital dollars on the blockchain. And there was a project called Mastercoin that was trying to extend that even further to create a full financial system, do what we call DeFi today, but this very early version of that. And after I spent enough time in these circles, I eventually had my own idea for how to create a more general purpose version of all of these ideas. Instead of a blockchain for one application, a blockchain that you can build any application on top of. And that's where Ethereum came from.
So Ethereum is a blockchain on which you can build any application, and Bitcoin is obviously limited to trying to be new money or a new reserve currency, or nowadays some people say digital gold. So you were the original creator along with a team who coded it up and you released it. How old were you when you did that?
19.
And how long had you been in computers at that point? When did you first start programming?
I think I started programming when I was around 10 or so.
And were you mostly self-taught, or did you go to school for this? What's the secret here, besides the obvious genetics?
I just grew up programming video games for myself to play. So I would make a video game, play it until I got tired, then make another video game, and then play it until I got tired. And that's pretty much how I learned all the way up until high school.
Did your parents do anything, or did the environment do anything uniquely to foster your development in programming?
My parents did buy me a lot of programming books. They did find some programming classes for me and some math classes as well. So they were definitely very supportive.
Were you in the gifted program, or just the normal public school system or private school?
I was in the gifted program or the public school up until grade 8. And then for high school, my parents moved me over to a private school. And I found the private school to be a much better experience.
Were most of your collaboration colleagues met online, or was there a physical place that you were at where they were all hanging out and you stumbled into them?
Pretty much entirely online. The Bitcoin world lived on a forum. Unless you were in one of the major cities like New York or San Francisco, where that had a community which started almost from the beginning. So Bitcoin Magazine was a fully remote company from day one. Bitcoin Weekly, the blog before Bitcoin Magazine, also fully remote from day one.
And to this day, most of your collaborators, you're pretty much spread out all over the world, isn't that correct?
Pretty much, yeah.
So Ethereum came out to the world in 2014, I think if I remember correctly. You'd been developing it for a few years before that. There was a public sale, a lot of people got involved. And then 2017, there was a boom around people building assets on top of Ethereum, different kinds of coins, and then, of course, gaming and NFTs and DeFi and all of those things came along. Let's just go through the evolution of Ethereum. What does Ethereum do at a core level? What does it do well? And today, what does it do poorly? What does it need to get better at?
I think of Ethereum as a general purpose blockchain. So instead of being a blockchain for one application, it's a blockchain that you can build any application on top of. And the way that you do this on Ethereum is you write a piece of code and you create a digital transaction that contains that piece of code and publish it. And when you publish this transaction and that transaction gets included into a block on the blockchain, this creates an object called a contract. And this is a virtual object that the blockchain keeps track of. A contract is an object that contains a piece of code. Now the blockchain has this object that has a piece of code, and that is a little application that the Ethereum blockchain maintains from that point forward. So then anyone after that point can send another transaction that says, I want to talk to this object. So step 1, I created a transaction that creates this object, we'll call that object X. Then step 2, you want to use my application, so you send a transaction, and in your transaction you say, I want to talk to smart contract X, and here's the little piece of data that says, here's what I want to do with that application. When that transaction gets included in a block, the piece of code that I first published runs, taking as input the data from your transaction and interprets it in whatever way it wants. So we can make this more concrete with an example, right? So let's say I have a company and I want to issue shares on the blockchain. I am going to create a transaction that contains a program. And the rules of that program are going to say, well, what can you do with shares? We'll just say you can transfer your shares to someone else and you can vote, right? So the program is going to interpret any data that it sees either as an instruction to transfer your shares to someone else or as an instruction to make a vote. I publish this transaction that initializes the whole thing. And as part of that transaction, I might say, Naval has 50 shares, Haseeb has 100 shares, and I have 25 shares. So now there is this thing on the blockchain, and it has a piece of code, and it has its own little memory that says, I have 25, Haseeb has 100, and Naval has 50. So then Naval is feeling generous and wants to give half his shares to me. So Naval is going to create a transaction, and that transaction is going to have some data. It's going to encode this idea that I, Naval, wants to send 25 of my shares to Vitalik. So you create a transaction that encodes this, send it to the network, it gets included into a block, and then once it gets included, the piece of code runs, and the piece of code sees the transaction and it sees, okay, clearly I have to transfer 25 shares from Naval to Vitalik. Before Naval had 50, I'm going to subtract 25. Now Naval has 25. Before Vitalik had 25, now Vitalik has 50. So I'm going to write down that Vitalik has 50 now. And that's it. The transaction got processed.
Why do all this in the cloud in this very convoluted way, this very complicated blockchain? Why not just use a normal computer? Why not just send an email?
This creates this very transparent public record of what the rules are, and this guarantee that all of the interactions with this application that I created followed the rules. There is no actor that has a backdoor key.
It's a trusted computer in the cloud that each of us can verify all of the activity, we can audit all of it, and we know that nobody cheated. Nobody else moved my funds, I was the one who moved the funds, and everyone can authenticate the code was exactly the code that was supposed to be run. And there are obviously sacrifices for this, right? This is not free.
Exactly. Even I, as the creator of the contract in this example, I do not have the ability to later go in and say, oh, I changed my mind, I'm going to give myself 400 shares. Once I create it and once I publish it, I have no more privileges than anyone else. The application doesn't even have an owner. So that's powerful, right? Completely neutral, completely transparent, visible, treats everyone equally according to what the rules are. Now, what do you sacrifice for this? One big thing that you sacrifice is efficiency. The way that all of these blockchains, including Bitcoin and Ethereum, work is that you have this network of tens of thousands of computers, each of which help to verify the transaction. So when I broadcast this transaction, that transaction goes out to every single computer on the network. And every single computer on the network runs that piece of code. Every single computer on the network verifies it, every single computer on the network processes it.
Parallel computing was, I take my code and I split it across 1,000 computers and each one runs 1,000. Now I send it to 1,000 computers and all 1,000 computers run my code.
Exactly. Yes, a very different kind of computing. The way to intuitively think about why it makes sense is compare text to audio and video. So right now we're recording a podcast, and the podcast has some audio, podcast has some video. And to see each other on video, there's hundreds of thousands of bytes that are flowing around between us every second. But technically, those hundreds of thousands of bytes, they're not necessary. If we wanted to, we could just do the whole thing over a text conversation. But there are some benefits from us being able to hear each other's voices and see each other's expressions. So there's already lots of very high overhead computation that people do with their computers. Video is a great example. Audio is a great example. The things that happen in the blockchain are more similar to text, like Naval minus 25, Vitalik plus 25. It's this extremely simple, extremely efficient stuff. So it is perfectly viable to have many thousands of users and even millions of users' activity all get verified by one single computer, because the blockchain doesn't do everything. The blockchain just does this core business logic, but the core business logic is not actually all that complex.
This is because of the constraints of blockchains. It's a function of the constraints of all the redundancy you have to have when you're on blockchains, that we can only afford to put the Naval minus 25, Vitalik plus 25 on the blockchain. The goal in the long run is that we want to make it so that more and more kinds of low-value computations can also be happening on the blockchain. But right now, out of necessity, only high-value transactions can afford to pay the cost.
Why?
So to back up for a second, what you've done is you've built a computer in the cloud, a virtual computer, that's stitched out of thousands or tens of thousands of real computers. And that computer is very inefficient, it's very slow, it's going to move at a very slow speed, so comparing it in throughput to your home computer or to a supercomputer is nonsense, it's besides the point. But any piece of code running on this is very trustworthy, and you know it hasn't been hacked, and now you no longer need a government, or you no longer need a single actor in the middle like a Mark Zuckerberg running Facebook to tell you which transactions are valid, which contracts are valid, which programs are valid, and which ones aren't. You've done away with the need for trusted third parties, and you've replaced it with a trusted computer that is being audited, verified, and checked by thousands or tens of thousands of computers. The technological complexity comes in scaling this, making this computer faster, keeping it secure, creating incentives, both economic and technological and game theoretic, to prevent people from hacking it and breaking it, and having an incentive mechanism in there so that people want to add computers to this network, and also having a disincentive mechanism to use the network. You have to pay for it, otherwise you can easily overwhelm it. This giant contraption is Ethereum. People have, of course, come along and created other smart contract blockchains, but even though we call it a smart contract blockchain, it's really a trusted computer in the cloud that can in theory run any application, but it trades off performance in exchange for security. And that security can be measured through decentralization. In other words, no single entity can control the computer. It can be measured in terms of how secure is the code, can it be hacked or not, etc., etc. And there's a lot of subtle and beautiful elements that come out of it that are non-obvious, because we're used to thinking of computers as, okay, Facebook runs some computers. These are central computers run by Mark Zuckerberg and crew, and the code is not open. Of course, I'm not entitled to see the code. I'm just a user. I don't own my data. They own the data. It's sitting in that database. And I don't have access to the database to read or write from it. I have to go to Facebook and ask them to read or write from the database. But now you've created a computer where the code is all open. In fact, even the data is open, but some of it's encrypted, some of it's not. Some data anyone has access to see. Some data you actually need to have your decryption key to get access to. And anyone can read or write from it if they have the proper permissions. This is a mind-blowingly crazy concept. It is a truly shared database with no owner and permissions at a very granular user level, where the users actually own the data. And in fact, the users own the network that's now run by this database. So if someone built the next Facebook application on top of Ethereum, they could engineer it in such a way that the users actually own that application. This is the remarkable achievement underlying Ethereum, and it's hard to encapsulate in a few words, but one way that I tried to do it was I said, smart contracts are castles made of math, freely trading with each other. Castles, these are impregnable. Encryption is very strong and creates a strong defense, but they're made out of mathematics, very much like the video games that you were programming in your youth. These are constructs put together by anyone, anonymously or pseudonymously around the world, and they're engaging in free trade with each other, where the owner of each castle is deciding what trade happens with somebody else. Now, there are obviously substantial limitations to this. So let's talk about the limitations. We've already talked about how this computer network is going to move at the speed of roughly one computer, at least until we get to some of the ways to scale it and to grow it. But what are other limitations of this network? Can you give us some concrete applications of what it's good for and where you wouldn't use it?
So aside from scaling, the other big performance limit on it is latency. So when I send a transaction, I have to wait maybe about half a minute for the transaction to get included and to get a confirmation back. Now, in the future, this is going to get somewhat more efficient. Maybe like 10 to 12 seconds is going to be realistic soon. But this isn't a real-time thing that you would stick real-time video game logic onto, for example. You could use it for payments, but you probably don't want to use it for things that are more real-time than payments need to be. That's one limitation. Another limitation is the transparency properties. This probably is one of those places where we might have to get into some of the cryptography weeds. But basically, the blockchain by itself is fully transparent, right? Everyone can see everything that's going on. If we go back to the example and we issue the shares of this company on the blockchain, then when Naval sends me his 25 shares, everyone in the world is going to be able to see that. Now, there might be some cases where that's totally fine, but there might be some cases where you want some privacy. And this is one of those areas where you often can get privacy and security at the same time. There's this extra cryptographic math. You don't need to get into it in depth, but it's worth saying the name. It's zero-knowledge proofs. The way that I describe zero-knowledge proofs are that it's a way of proving something about a piece of information without revealing that piece of information. Let's say we're going to have the same application, the shares of my company on the blockchain, except instead of the blockchain recording the numbers 25, 50, and 100, the blockchain is going to record an encrypted version of 25, an encrypted version of 50, and an encrypted version of 100. And then when Naval sends me his 25 shares, he's going to say, here is the encryption of the number of shares I have right now. Here is the encryption of the new number of shares I'm going to have. Here is the encryption of the number of shares I'm giving the teller. And then here is this magic cryptographic proof that says that the numbers line up. It says x plus y equals z, and I'm not trying to give away more than I actually have. You can verify that everything's following the rules without verifying which specific thing a particular transaction is doing and with what parameters. So there are ways to get back your security and privacy at the same time. There are still some limits to how much privacy you can get. For example, even in this case, people can see when people are interacting with this particular application at all. if you just use a blockchain, you lose a lot of privacy. If you use a blockchain plus zero-knowledge proofs and plus other kinds of cryptography, you can often get back a lot of privacy. And you can potentially get even more privacy than in the centralized case, because in a traditional centralized system, there is the Facebook that runs everything and that sees everything. But with these kinds of systems, there is no one at the center. All there is this mathematical castle in the sky verifying the proofs.
So in theory, we could get digital cash, which is anonymous. One step further, we could even get anonymous smart contracts, where maybe you can tell you and I interacted with a smart contract, but the details beyond that are lost.
Not even in theory, this is something that's existed. Zcash has been around for more than 5 years now.
Zcash is a blockchain that is built around zero-knowledge proofs where all the transactions, the recipients and the senders can be anonymous. Truly moon math, as they say. So let's fast forward a bit. 10 years from now, 20 years from now, I know that's really long out in blockchain land because Bitcoin only came around in 2009 and ETH only came around in the early teens. But let's say 10 or 20 years from now, we've done all the hard engineering that we need. We've built as much technology as we can imagine. What are the limits of blockchain scalability and privacy? Where do we end up? Do we end up with every transaction we want to have private is private, or do you think a lot of them stay public? Do you think that we're using blockchains for almost all cloud computing, or is it still limited into the financial and high-value domain?
One of the things that it's important to mention is that the scalability of blockchains is improving, and it's going to improve pretty rapidly. The way that blockchains work today is I send a transaction, the transaction gets on the network, and every single computer on the network has to verify that transaction. There are scaling techniques. Once again, we don't have to get into the weeds, but things like roll-ups, sharding, these are technologies that allow you to use blockchains in a more clever way, where you still have a lot of very redundant computation happening, but it's much more efficient.
So what are the different techniques? Let's just go through those.
So, centralized system, send a transaction, you send it to Facebook, Facebook has one computer verifies it. A blockchain, you have 100,000 computers, you send your transaction, all 100,000 computers verify it. Sharding, send your transaction, the system randomly chooses 1,000 computers. Out of 100,000 computers, those 1,000 computers verify it, and the transaction gets accepted. So instead of all 100,000 computers verifying, only 1,000 computers verifying. When you have lots of transactions being accepted into the system, every single computer in the network on average is only going to have to verify like maybe 1% of all the activity. You can actually crank up the efficiency even higher. Eventually you could say every computer doesn't even have to verify 1%, every computer maybe only has to verify 0.1%. Think of how BitTorrent works, right? BitTorrent is also like a highly distributed network. If you want to download the really popular movies, you generally can. But on BitTorrent, you don't literally have every computer download every movie, because that's totally crazy. On average, the movies are going to have a few hundred seaters, maybe a few thousand seaters. So that number is big enough that you have the redundancy and you can generally get the content that you want, but it's not so redundant that it just becomes crazy inefficient. The question is, can you create a network that works the way that BitTorrent works from the point of view of data distribution and efficiency, but create something that still has the same verification properties that blockchains do? That is what sharding does. One of the weaknesses of sharding is that it is more technically complicated. You have to actually do the work to figure out what exactly are the rules by which these transactions get split apart between the nodes. How do you make them all talk to each other? How do you do this distributed verification? The approach that is simpler from a protocol perspective is to just say, we're going to require every node in this network to be really powerful. So instead of a laptop being able to be a node, would require every node to be almost a supercomputer. If you do that, then you can make blockchains that still work the way that they work today, but they can process more transactions. Maybe instead of being able to process 50 a second, they might be able to process 1,000 a second or 5,000 a second. The weakness of this approach, and the reason why Ethereum is not taking this approach, is that it leads to more centralization, right? The number of people who can actually verify what's going on decreases. The number of people who need to collude to try to push through some change to the protocol that the users might not want becomes much smaller. It's still much more decentralized than Facebook, but it becomes much less decentralized than it could be. And maybe in some cases that's the right approach. If you want to make like a decentralized video game, you want it to be decentralized, but it's not the sort of thing where if it gets captured, people lose hundreds of millions of dollars, then maybe this more centralized approach is actually totally fine. There is this full spectrum of applications in the middle where it's fine. But if you want something that's high assurance, then you do want to crank the decentralization up closer to the maximum. And the current Ethereum does provide that. It does provide this very high level of decentralization and high level of verifiability, but at the expense of scaling. So what we're trying to do with sharding is we're trying to say, can you provide this high level of decentralization and high level of verifiability and still have a higher level of scaling at the same time?
I want to probe a little bit further on this decentralization question. A lot of folks who are coming into crypto, especially if they don't have a lot of experience, they notice that decentralization is important. It's hard to end up in crypto without believing that decentralization matters to some degree. But the question is, why here? You show up and there's a cultural slider about how much decentralization is the right amount. And Ethereum is like, you have to be able to verify Ethereum on a laptop. And the question is, why a laptop?
The larger the number of users that are verifying by default, the more secure a blockchain is. Because in the extreme, if nobody verifies by default except 10 different staking pools, then all that you need to try to force a change to the rules that the users might not like is 10 staking pools to come together and agree on it. But if, on the other hand, you have 10,000 users where the way that those users interact with the chain by default is they verify it locally and we accept blocks if they see those blocks as being valid, if someone wants to try to push some change to the rules, they actually have to go to the users and they have to convince the entire set of users to go along with that. That's a much higher bar.
Let's say that I'm Solana. Solana is a super high throughput blockchain, has much higher hardware requirements than what Ethereum has. If I were a Solana proponent, I might say, well, Ethereum has 5,000 some odd nodes, something in that ballpark. Solana might have, let's say for sake of argument, 1/10 the number of nodes. To actually get everybody in Solana to somehow fail to notice that there's been some fundamental failure or safety violation within Solana would be very difficult. Yes, it's 1/10 the number of nodes in Ethereum, but Ethereum just has some number of nodes, Solana has some number of nodes. They're all pretty large, and they're all large enough communities that they would notice if something were to go wrong. What is your counter-argument to the Solana advocate who says, look, it's consumer hardware, it's expensive consumer hardware, but it's still consumer hardware, and if somebody who's sufficiently motivated can still go out and verify Solana transactions?
The way that I think about this is it's not just about what is the level of technical capability of running a node. It's once it gets to the point where running a node is so easy that people are comfortable doing it by default, right? If running a node is hard but possible, then there just is this constant pressure to try to save time and point yourself to another node. Potentially, even some of the people participating in the proof of stake consensus are going to start pointing to the same node. I think that actually happened in EOS a couple of years back. Right now, doesn't the Solana Foundation even have to explicitly do a whole bunch of work to actively encourage people to run nodes?
All these new layer ones have a lot of subsidies that go out to most of the node providers.
Right, so the question is, when the subsidies disappear, is the network still going to work that way? There's actually two aspects to this. One aspect is the technical feasibility, and technical feasibility is running a node easy enough that people are going to keep doing it as a hobby. Even with Ethereum, there's a lot that we could do to make running a node even easier than it is today, and a lot of the scaling things that we're doing and a lot of the protocol changes that we're doing over the next couple of years are trying to be in that direction. For example, there's this feature called stateless clients. The goal of stateless clients is that it becomes possible to verify the chain without having more than a very tiny amount of information on your hard drive. Right now, in Ethereum node, it takes up half my hard drive. After stateless clients, it's not going to take up any of my hard drive. Bitcoin is in a very good place already. From a node running ease point of view, Bitcoin is in a better place than Ethereum, but Bitcoin does obviously sacrifice by having significantly lower throughput than Ethereum does. So technical feasibility is one aspect. Another important aspect is culture. People need to feel like it is this very ingrained responsibility that there's lots of this very independent verification going on. And that's something that is difficult to cultivate. It is one of those things where if you lose it, it is fairly difficult to try to get it back. And I do think Bitcoin has that. I do think that in Ethereum, with the staking culture, it's actually been improving recently, and I want it to keep improving. But it is the sort of thing that needs to be highly valued. The two things play into each other. If you have a culture that values running nodes, then you have a culture that's going to value making protocol changes to make it easier to run a node. And if it's possible to run a node, just technically speaking, then it's more likely that you're going to have that kind of culture. People sometimes ask us, hey, why not crank up the parameters by a factor of 5, and why not require people to have 10 terabyte hard drives? And a lot of people in Ethereum core developments are actively resisting this. So I think it's only Ethereum and Bitcoin almost that have cultures that are willing to actively make sacrifices for decentralization to that same extent.
I've always taken the point of view that the most decentralized coins will win in the end, because the whole point of blockchains is decentralization, otherwise you wouldn't need them in the first place. That said, it does seem that every wave that happens in crypto where new users come in and there's a boom in a bull market, the new users tend to go for a minimum viable decentralization. They don't care about decentralization until the bogeyman shows up and starts stomping them out of existence. Even decentralized finance, a lot of these are decentralized in name only. They're running centralized front ends, the teams are in well-known locations, they're probably failing the Howey test on some level or another, and we're going to find out just how far governments are going to go to test the decentralization metric. But privacy is the same. People don't value privacy until somebody goes to jail over it, and then they're like, oh wait, I want privacy, or someone gets deplatformed. Right now we're in a bull market phase, and when the risks aren't as high, people sort of ignore decentralization and privacy. But after a couple of incidents, you will see people start paying attention to decentralization and privacy. And at some level, the OGs know this, because the most money is still locked up in Bitcoin ETH. And some of that is momentum, but some of that is also security. You can put money into Bitcoin ETH and forget about it for a long time. I'm not convinced you can do that in a lot of the other protocols that are not completely decentralized. Privacy, everyone just seems to be ignoring for now.
But, well, Tornado Cash exists.
Do you see Tornado Cash and Ethereum staying at a separate layer or separate application, or do you ever see it being folded into Ethereum at a core level?
Realistically, it'll stay at a separate layer because Ethereum's philosophy in general is to try to be simple at the base and for a lot of the extra features to be something that gets built on top. There's a lot of other blockchains that take different philosophies once again, and EOS, their default wallet type, has social recovery in it or something like that.
Like, you gotta update your references.
I feel dirty just talking about that chain. I don't know. We should get into social recovery. Social recovery is a really interesting concept. The basic idea is that your wallet, because now you have to be your own bank if you really want to be a crypto head, it's scary. So some of us have to trust third-party custodians, but then you're back into normal banking. So if you want to maintain it yourself, then social recovery wallets are where you can share your wallet with your friends or family or other trusted people, so that when you need to recover it, it takes 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 5 or whatever keys. And Bitcoin has native support for this. ETH now has products like Gnosis Safe and others that lend support to this. So the wallets are getting better, the security is getting better. We didn't talk about the whole ETH ecosystem, which is interesting. We were talking about scalability. The point I got was that ETH is a decentralization culture. It's going to go for decentralization first, which actually makes it attractive for high-value applications like decentralized finance. If you're trading a $10,000 trade, you'll pay the $50 in fees for the security. By the way, one thing that we didn't talk about is that a blockchain runs a market for block space. There's limited block space because there's limited computing power. So you're always participating in an auction, and you're paying to get your execution of your application included in the current run of blockchain. And so to do that, you're buying block space, and Ethereum block space has gotten quite expensive. So things like sharding and adding these things called rollups in layer 2, which we haven't talked about, these are ways of creating more block space, bringing down the cost of blocks. But even if Ethereum stays very expensive, then the high value applications will stay on Ethereum. Those people will just pay more. If you're building Wall Street, you want rule of law, you want equal protection under the law, you want property rights, so you pay for that. Whereas if you're just building a game and you're trading magic axes and swords and they're worth a couple of dollars each, maybe you just go to a blockchain that doesn't value decentralization as much. So perhaps the applications break down that way. But one of the things we haven't talked about is this incredible ecosystem of all these people building on it and around it. And my personal view is that ETH got saved. If you look at Bitcoin, there's not been a lot of innovation in Bitcoin. Sure, the core developers have done some good work, but now the meme in Bitcoin is, no, we don't change anything because we're trying to be the reserve currency here. We're trying to be digital gold. So we don't want to change anything. Everything is fixed, immaculate conception. It was mostly right at the beginning. We made a few tweaks. It's good to go. We'll fix a few little things, but you can rely on this because it doesn't need to change. It already does a job and it does it well. And I kind of buy that argument, but I don't buy the Maximus argument that is the end goal of all blockchains. There are other blockchain things you can do. And in ETH, we're doing a lot more than just that. But even there, I noticed that there's an incentive mechanism around coins. When you create a blockchain, you create these coins to regulate access to the network. Now, in a theory, you reward the people who are doing the hard work around the blockchain. So you reward the miners who are securing the blockchain, or the stakers who are securing the blockchain. And it's been hard to reward the developers. I know Zcash had a founder's reward, which was controversial. Satoshi has 5% of the Bitcoin blockchain. The Zcash Founders Award is like 10% of the blockchain. Some of the modern blockchains, 70, 80, 90, 99% is going to the initial teams and investors, and these are the VC chains. So how do you incent people to build on somebody else's blockchain? Because the incentive is becoming, well, that's a great blockchain you got there. It's open source. Let me fork it. Let me make a copy of it and run it myself. Or I've seen game developers who are saying, I don't need Solana level security. I'll just fork an existing blockchain, just make it my own. And my own users who are running the game will also run the blockchain. So the incentives aren't there for developers to build on somebody else's blockchain. I got in trouble for saying this in 2017, but I still stand by it. There's a free rider effect on blockchains. There's a strong incentive to fork a chain and build your own, rather than to build on an existing chain. There's a couple of brilliant things that maybe by accident, maybe deliberately happened on ETH that have allowed an ecosystem of innovation on ETH. There's ERC20, which is people are building their own tokens, and then there's these roll-ups and layers where people are building on top of ETH, and in theory, they're going to issue their own token. So I would argue that the one place where the ETH innovation has been the slowest, and maybe because it's technically the hardest, has been at your own layer. It's been at layer 1, where the ETH foundation is working, where the sharding is supposed to take place, and where ETH2 is supposed to get built. That's where the schedule has been the furthest behind, whereas on rollups on layer 2, things are moving very, very fast. On ERC20, other assets built on top of ETH, things are moving very, very fast. And I wonder if it's just as simple as incentives. Have you thought about how do I incent the people working at layer 1 to move fast? Maybe if they got their own token somehow?
The Ethereum Foundation does have like a bunch of ETH, and it uses ETH to pay people working on layer 1. A few months ago, we announced a client developer reward where basically every one of the teams that's building a piece of software that understands and talks to the Ethereum protocol and can run a node, he gets some amount of ETH that was in the form of ETH that's locked up in the proof-of-stake system that is not fully connected to the rest of Ethereum yet. So Ethereum has to have fully switched over to proof-of-stake in order for them to be able to withdraw that money. So that kind of incentive exists. It's not even so much about incentives. The application layer in the layer 2 has been faster because building at those layers is permissionless. You don't have to coordinate with anyone to build a layer 2. You don't have to coordinate with anyone to build an application. Whereas if you want to change the Ethereum protocol, that's one of the most permissioned things out there. You have to just get lots of people to agree. You have to get an entire community to buy into a protocol change for the Ethereum layer 1.
Here's an interesting question. Imagine we froze layer 1 today. You could make small changes like the Bitcoin folks do, but you couldn't make big changes. But the layer 2 people continue innovating permissionlessly. They keep building all their rollups and all associated technologies. But you're still on proof of work. You're still not sharded at layer 1. Could ETH still work? Could layer 2 carry it along for a while?
It could. I don't think people would be happy about it because people in Ethereum do love proof of stake and want to get over to it quickly. Just to give some concrete numbers, today Ethereum is on average do about 15 to 20 transactions a second. But if we just moved to layer 2s, then we could go up to about 5,000 transactions a second. You keep the same blockchain, but instead of using the blockchain directly, you use these extra protocols that package up the information and use the blockchain in different ways so that you're still doing the same stuff, you're still getting the same security guarantees, but you're using the blockchain more efficiently. There's more compression, and more of the computation is being done off-chain through other protocols. So there is 100x improvements that can happen with layer 2s done well that has not happened yet. Now, layer 2s, as they exist today, they're very far from perfect. Instead of 100x gain, it might only be 10x gain or even a bit less at the moment. But roll-up technology is improving. All of these things are improving. So if layer 1 did not change, if all we could do was just the more layer 2s, we could get up to 5,000 transactions a second, that would definitely be a pretty good Ethereum already.
That layer 2 execution is code. What about the data? Does the data still all have to stay on the layer 1 blockchain?
The way that rollups work is that they do the code execution off-chain. So there are these cryptographic protocols where the execution gets done off-chain and then verified on-chain, and the verifying is much faster than the original computation. And then the data has to be on-chain, but the data can be on-chain in a very compressed form. Instead of putting transactions on-chain, you put like a zip file of the transactions on-chain. It's like doing a data for computation trade-off. you have less data, but then you have to do more computation, but we're okay with doing more computation because we can do more computation really efficiently off-chain. If you do a rollup super efficiently, then you only need to put about 16 bytes on-chain per transaction. Today, on average, transactions are like 100 to 200 bytes. So 16 bytes on-chain, and then decompression, verification, computation happens off-chain, everything happens off-chain except for this tiny amount of data. That's where the efficiency comes from.
Hasib, you and your team recently did an analysis where you tried to look at the actual throughput on these different smart contract chains, but you didn't do the decentralization part yet. So obviously ETH looks the worst because it's the most decentralized. Let's also talk about how much of that is because it's legacy and how much of it is because it just chose to be the most decentralized.
To Vitalik's point, usually when people benchmark blockchains, they tend to choose benchmarks that make them look good, that produce big numbers, and the most obvious way to do that is to just benchmark transfers. Especially with a lot of these newer blockchains, they tend to benchmark transfers that are done in a testnet or done in a devnet environment, where you can always get crazy, gigantic numbers that aren't reflective of reality. We'd seen so many ridiculous claims being thrown around about what kinds of throughput blockchains could do, that we thought, okay, why don't we develop a clearly objective benchmark as a way to verify what can these blockchains do when you compare them apples to apples in terms of a common type of transaction that all blockchains do. And the most common one, which is how almost all trading happens today in blockchains, is a Uniswap style AMM trade. AMM, automated market maker. It's a very simple mathematical way to trade two assets. Most of these you can just simulate by looking at the gas limit and looking at the block time, and you don't need to do a whole lot. Others of them you have to verify empirically, because the way the gas is computed doesn't tell you enough to verify whether the blockchain could actually hit that in production. So what we found is that Ethereum can do about 10 trades per second, Celo can do about 25, AVAX can do about 30, but it has much higher ceiling, Polygon can do about 50, and Binance Smart Chain can do about 200. And then Solana, which famously claims that it can do in the thousands to tens of thousands of transactions per second, Solana can do about 280. But part of the reason why Ethereum performance is where it is to Vitalik's point earlier, that Ethereum has enshrined a certain level of decentralization. This is important as a norm, as an institution, that we make sure that Ethereum is accessible to anybody on the laptop. And most of these newer blockchains haven't chosen that. They choose different points on the decentralization performance spectrum. And my view is that it's totally sensible to have blockchains that choose a different point on that trade-off curve. It's really important to have Ethereum and to have Bitcoin, which go all the way to the left, but it's sensible that some people should have blockchains that are tuned for different trade-offs. But within tuning to a different trade-off, you better get really high performance if you're going to be not very decentralized. My point is that if you're going to make that big trade-off, you better be getting a lot of bang for the buck when you're doing it.
Not only that, but I think the high-value applications are going to end up on Bitcoin and Ethereum in that case. And the highest value application is just money. I'm curious, Vitalik, if you think longer term, money is a use case of ETH. Is ETH the token and ETH the coin price a byproduct of something you need to run the network? Or is it itself a core value that ETH should be a store of value, it should be a place where people can put their money in and forget about it for 10 years?
Ultimately, that's a question for the community to decide, and I think over time the community is more and more deciding, yes, ETH is an important asset, and you can use ETH as a store of value, you can use ETH as a money, you can use ETH to make transactions, because ultimately it is a cryptocurrency. It's a cryptocurrency whose value is in some ways supported and backed by all of the activity that's happening on the Ethereum chain. With EIP 1559, like a big portion of the transaction fee from every transaction, which is paid in ETH, has to get burned. Once we have proof of stake, it's projected that we'll even have negative issuance. So ETH is sort of positioned to be fairly unique in that way, but to me it's not an either or. ETH, the asset, and Ethereum, the application layer ecosystem, are synergistic with each other. The stronger the application layer ecosystem is, the stronger ETH is, and the stronger ETH is as an asset, the stronger the application layer ecosystem.
People often compare Bitcoin to gold or to the dollar as a store of value, but the biggest stores of value in the world are not Bitcoin and gold. They're factories, stocks, houses, real estate, actual productive assets. Oil is another one, commodities, etc. People store value in all kinds of weird places, art, NFTs. So it's absolutely possible that there will be multiple stores of value. If anything, what's more decentralized than having dozens of viable coins that you can store in, running thousands or tens of thousands or millions of assets that you can store in? That's true decentralization. So you don't have a point of view on it. You're just like whatever the community wants that makes the network run. But isn't there tension between trying to be welcoming to newcomers and new applications and highly scalable and letting everyone use your network and constantly innovating and changing and trying new things versus preserving the value for the people who are already there and preserving the value that's already been built? There's an inherent tension there.
There's definitely some tension. One of the big benefits of the Ethereum ecosystem, the layer 2 aspects to it, the pluralist aspects, the way in which the ecosystem has many sub-ecosystems, is that it is in many cases able to satisfy both. But if all you want to do is you want to have your ETH and you want to hold your ETH, then you can do that. And there's even some Ethereum applications that value stability almost as much as Ethereum itself does. MakerDAO might be one good example there, Rye might be another good example there, some of the algorithmic stablecoins. But then if you want to go and do wild crazy stuff, then Ethereum lets you do wild crazy stuff too. And if you need more scalability to do wild crazy stuff, then you can go do the wild crazy stuff on a roll-up. So Ethereum as an ecosystem does try hard to have a place for many different kinds of participants in that way, which is definitely something that's hard to accomplish. A lot of the other blockchains, either you're just the digital rock or you're just the platform, but there isn't the digital rock that keeps the whole thing solid. In Ethereum, we do value solving the problem of both having the ecosystem that can do a lot of stuff and having the digital rock in the middle to keep it solid. Whether or not we'll succeed is, of course, up to the next decade of world history to decide.
Vitalik, I want to ask you a little bit about how your role has evolved since it began in Ethereum. So, in the very beginning, before all of this, of course, you were once the uppity young entrepreneur. It's been, what, 6-7 years now? You've moved on from being the entrepreneur to being the chief technologist to being the politician. You're now the elder statesman of smart contract blockchains. What have you learned about protocol politics?
Protocol politics is less different from regular politics than you might think. It's all this emergent phenomenon of what happens when you stick many thousands of people together and you have incentives that are aligned in some cases, so you have some competition in other cases, and you have different groups of people that have different opinions and they have to fight it out, sometimes within one protocol and sometimes between different protocols where there's competition. A lot of the dynamics that you get are surprisingly familiar. The kinds of religious fervor that you get when people defend their opinions. Is it better to have blockchains that have smaller blocks so they're easier to verify versus bigger blocks so that more people can afford to use them? People have very strong opinions in the same way that people have strong opinions about either religion or democracy or freedom of speech or the welfare state or any other mainstream political topic.
You built your career as a response to Bitcoin maximalism. And you've now lived long enough to see the rise of Ethereum maximalism. 3-4 years ago, it didn't seem like something like that existed. And now it's become very clear that as you have all these alternatives to Ethereum arising, there's a strong need for people within Ethereum to set apart their identity from other people. So I'm curious how you think about how to keep Ethereum healthy and not see the Ethereum community degrade culturally and religiously the way that you saw the Bitcoin community.
One of the things that I feel like I've learned over the last decade is that people are at their morally worst, not out of greed, but out of fear. And this is true in mainstream politics, and this is true in geopolitics and in crypto as well.
COVID showed that. That was all fear-driven. The Russia-Ukraine crisis showed that. Russia's not attacking Ukraine to get oil fields. It's out of fear. The responses are all fear-based. And fear is used to justify all the horrible things from the Patriot Act to the COVID lockdowns. Fear drives it all. Because greed is always done in your own name, and nobody wants to do it in their own name. Fear is always done in everybody else's name. So you end up with a whole bunch of self-styled white knights battling each other.
Right. And even when the leader actually is greedy and megalomaniacal, fear is what they use to sell it to everyone else. The times when I thought both the Bitcoin and the Ethereum community were both at their morally worst would probably be in the Bitcoin Cash small versus big block war crisis, where people felt like there was this very zero-sum struggle between one vision of what Bitcoin would be and another vision of what Bitcoin could be. A lot of principles got thrown out. People behaved terribly in a bunch of ways. In the case of Ethereum, there was this big application called the DAO, and the DAO got hacked, and a big portion of all of the ETH was stuck in the DAO. If nothing had been done, the attacker would have been able to get it out after a couple of months. And this was less than a year into Ethereum's history, so a decision was made to make a change to the rules of the Ethereum protocol to bail out the users of that application. And there was this big debate. Some people thought this is fine one time because it was early days, and some people thought that it should be a principle that we never interfere, and it's best to start those principles from day one. We did end up hard forking to fix the DAO, and a lot of people disagreed. That ended up splitting Ethereum into two chains, Ethereum and Ethereum Classic, where Ethereum Classic refused to implement the hard fork, so they let the attacker get away out of principle. The way that both communities behaved at the time was not good. People were openly advocating that we should use trademark law to try to not allow Ethereum Classic to exist. And then people were advocating 51% attacks and all kinds of things. I think the reason why people were okay with things that they would totally not have been okay at any other time is because they were afraid. Ethereum people were afraid that Ethereum Classic would replace and completely destroy Ethereum, and Ethereum Classic people were afraid that their principles were being destroyed by Ethereum, which could then grow and overtake the version of the chain that stuck to its principles. The situation did end up working out well for most people. There hasn't been a violation of that kind of immutability on Ethereum since, which is something that a lot of people were not projecting. A lot of people did think that if you violate the principles once, that it would be open season to do it many times, but no, people valued not fixing the parity wallet a year later in order to set the counter precedent that we actually do take this serious.
There was a bug in a multi-sig wallet called a parity wallet, which caused a massive loss of funds. But to be clear, I think the DAO hack was much larger in magnitude than anything subsequently, correct?
Yeah, it was much larger, and it was very unique in that it was even possible to fix it with a fork. Because normally when a hack happens, the attacker gets the money instantly, and there isn't a way to fix it even if you want to. So the DAO was really special and unique in that way.
As a protocol politician, what do you feel has been your finest moment and your worst moment of blockchain statecraft?
Least proud moments, definitely handling the DAO fork situation. A lot of people did feel betrayed as a result of the DAO fork. A lot of people did feel like their expectations got violated. And a lot of people who felt like their opinion was disrespected, especially people who opposed the fork. A lot of them did feel like there was this social environment where if you opposed the fork, then you're evil because you're pro-hackers stealing millions of dollars. That environment ended up turning a lot of people off. There was a lot more that we could have done to not create that environment and still make people feel welcome despite the disagreement.
Do you regret the decision, or you regret the way in which the decision was made?
I don't think I regret the decision. I think the decision did have a lot of positive consequences too, in how it put a controversial stake in the ground. And if people interpreted the stake in the ground in different ways, the way I interpret the stake in the ground is that it was a moral statement that said that you can believe in principles without assigning those principles infinite amount of weight, without saying that we're going to stick to those principles in absolutely all possible circumstances. And that kind of moderation is something that's very morally important to me personally. It's very pragmatically important to me personally too, because most people that try to take a more purist approach end up hitting a scenario that is extreme enough that you have to compromise. And if you committed too hard to never compromising, then your rhetorical posture becomes even more screwed up. It's better to be transparent about these things early on. People who are pragmatic and people who are willing to look at things in a more moderate way, they're definitely very happy as a result of that. But there are also the purists, and there were even people who believe in moderation that actually oppose the DAO fork, which was interesting too. Those people ended up sticking with Ethereum despite the DAO fork happening, but there weren't a lot of people for whom the DAO fork was this watershed moment where like they were curious about Ethereum before, then they realized, oh wow, no, this is a centralized evil chain, which is unfortunate that we can't satisfy everyone. But on the other hand, satisfying everyone is expensive, and satisfying everyone is so hard. I sometimes even think, had we successfully satisfied everyone during the DAO fork, then might we not have had much harder politics getting proof stake out the door?
I see you taking incredible slings and arrows on Twitter and being very good-natured about it, something that Zuko seems to also do. The visible leaders of protocols, or creators of protocols, because I'm not even sure Ethereum is really led anymore, they tend to have this ability to operate in public, either with a certain nonchalance or with a certain combativeness that normal humans I don't think could sustain. How did that come about? Do you wish you just remain anonymous? Did you have to go through a learning curve to learn how to deal with all the trolls and all the haters and all the Bitcoin maxis attacking you? Do you wish you could just press a button and disappear from ETH and then ETH goes into the Foundation's hands?
There's definitely a learning curve. There's big mistakes that I made in my Twittering in years past, especially times when I would let myself get carried away in a particular discussion and I'd say something and I feel like I'd have to justify myself and I'd go into a deeper hole.
You wish you didn't argue as much on Twitter, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you learn over time. There is a good spout. It accepts the criticism with grace. You learn what to respond to. You learn what to let slide because realistically no one's going to see it anyway. There's definitely like subconscious intuitive art to being a good Twitter meme lord and being a good crypto meme lord in general.
How much influence do you have on ETH today, especially compared to the DAO fork time? Because my sense was the DAO fork you were very involved, but if something of that magnitude came up today, how much influence would you have relative to what you had then?
I feel like my influence in Ethereum keeps decreasing every 6 months. I have less now than I did 6 months ago. 6 months ago I had less than I had a year ago, and a year ago I had less than I had 18 months ago. These days the number of people that even I have to convince to push in a particular direction is significant. Watch some of the EIPs that I personally promote. Some of them don't even make it in. For a lot of them you have to try pretty hard to satisfy all people's concerns.
What's the biggest thing you've pushed that isn't getting adopted?
EIP 4488 is one example. If I had more control, it would have been in Ethereum already.
What is that one?
This is the one to do a short-term decrease in the gas cost of call data. It's the only technical change that makes rollups cheaper in the short term.
It seems to me like a lot of your evolving role within Ethereum shows ways in which blockchains are like religions. Imagine Ethereum started off as a sect that you founded as a charismatic leader, and you were like, hey, we're going to break off from the religion of Bitcoin or break off from the religion of Mastercoin. I believed in these new principles of Turing completeness. Once upon a time, you were the sect leader, and as the sect becomes a church, there becomes more bureaucracy, more vetocracy. There's more and more mechanisms that are developing behind the scenes, and pretty soon, you might be the charismatic voice of Ethereum, but the formal leadership of Ethereum has taken on its own life force. What is your observation of how Ethereum has become more systematized as a culture compared to what it was 5 years ago?
Today, the protocol decisions tends to be done through this mechanism called the all-core devs call. This is a call that happens once every 2 weeks. As the name implies, all of the core developers come online and talk about all the proposed protocol changes, and everything that people agree on gets accepted, and if people disagree, then it doesn't get accepted. So there's this fairly complicated pipeline that changes have to go through. Step 1 is the idea making stage. Then step 2 is the refining stage. Then there's the stage of convincing more and more people, making a test implementation, eventually turning it into a fully formalized proposal, what we call an EIP, an Ethereum Improvement Proposal. And then finally gets into an all-core devs. And then if all-core devs accepts it, then it eventually goes into a hard fork, which is what we call a protocol upgrade to Ethereum, which includes changes to the protocol that everyone has to download to get accepted to the network. So there is this long process. There's many points along the way where different people have to agree. Near the beginning, the research team has to agree, and then in the later stages, the core developers, the people actually writing the code, have to agree as well. So it's definitely more vetocratic considerably than it was 3 years ago, and definitely much more than it was 6 years ago when we could get a change accepted and it would get included very quickly. And even now, I feel the window is closing on substantial things. It's getting harder to do big things even today.
How do you feel about that?
In some ways relieved. Ethereum becoming more vetocratic gives me more freedom to retire. Well, retire is a complicated word. I feel like I'll keep doing things forever, but what kinds of things? As you mentioned, my role is changing in complicated ways that are hard to describe.
What would you be working on if you weren't working on ETH?
Good question. I'd have my big long list of things that I think need to happen, and I would do some combination of writing about it, explaining them, and probably putting some of my own money into making them happen, trying to put teams together and make them happen. This would be things like account security, like what we talked about with social recovery wallets, ideas around privacy, some of the secure blockchain-based voting stuff that I've been pushing, the entire roadmap of what do we need to do to make this ideal, trustless, decentralized society work.
You've already had that, the aforementioned AMMs that Haseeb uses, automated market makers. That was an idea that came out of one of your blog posts. And then it got implemented as Uniswap. Any other low-hanging fruit there? Social recovery wallets, I heard that one. Blockchain voting. If if you're a young hacker listening to this podcast, and let's say you're not shilling ETH, but you're like, hey, the world needs this, someone should build it, what would they build?
Right now, decentralized clients is one important thing. Ways to access the Ethereum blockchain that are cheaper than running a full node, but they're still decentralized that don't depend on a server. It's something that's going to become much more possible with the switch to proof of stake, and there are some people working on it, but we could use more people working on it. There's things at the application layer that could be useful. I've seen people working on decentralized VPNs, which are cool.
Do you feel like there's any applications of blockchain that haven't taken off yet because of scalability, or it's not ubiquitous, not everybody has a wallet yet? What's the extreme case? What could people be doing with blockchains a decade from now that seems like science fiction today?
Some kind of decentralized blockchain-based social media would be interesting. The thing that would be valuable to do with social media is to split the layers between content and user interface. Content should all be on one shared layer, and people should compete on providing different interfaces. Twitter and Reddit, its users make comments and users make votes. The only real difference is what are the interfaces that people use to show it. So why not create an ecosystem where anyone can go post stuff, and people can post things that link to other things, and people can make messages that are upvotes and downvotes, and people can post other people's posts, and just have 10 different ways of viewing it. They might have different presentation, they might have different styles of moderation, we might have different sub-communities. Some might be more free-for-all, some might be more restrictive, some might be more focused on specific areas. Some might be free speech zones, and some might be venues for like highly focused scientific discussion. But things would still end up sharing the network effect of having the same common standards of content being published to one decentralized network.
People have tried to do it somewhat, but nothing's taken off. Why is that?
If we have a super scalable blockchain where we can afford to stick these kinds of actions on by default, then what could happen?
Who do you look up to? Who are your heroes?
In the crypto space, I have a lot of respect for Zuko. Zcash, it's just a wholesome and honorable project. It values privacy and is just working really hard at achieving it in this very friendly way.
He's incredibly funny. The amount of abuse he puts up with is unbelievable. And he's one of the OGs in crypto. He's been in it forever for all the right reasons. I remember talking to Zuko in the early days, and I was like, hey, if you build this thing, is it even legal? What if they arrest you? He said, I'll miss my kids, but I'll go to jail. He's a real believer. He also has this habit of retweeting people even when they attack him. One of my favorite Twitter moments was years and years ago where somebody tweeted him and said, Zuko, stop retweeting useless crap. So of course Zuko retweeted this person who became an accidental genius.
Now I'm trying to remember whether or not I picked that up from Zuko.
I do think Zuko set the tone for how you build a community with a smile. For example, now Zuko is talking about taking Zcash to proof of stake, and he still keeps getting attacked over things like the Founder's Reward, and people say, why did you have to go build an altcoin? Why did you do this as part of Bitcoin? And I remember originally, he wanted to do it as part of Bitcoin, but they said, no, go implement it as an altcoin first, and then if we like it, we'll adopt it.
Vitalik knows that story well.
Exactly. Bitcoin is trying to be a certain thing. I do think Bitcoin is incredibly valuable. It is the OG. It does fall short in two ways. One is it's not programmable, and the second is not private. Can those be fixed? Not without severe trade-offs to what Bitcoin is. So it occupies a very important part in the ecosystem, probably the most important part, but it doesn't mean that that's the entire thing. There's a lot more to it. And Bitcoin may have nailed the basic protect your money Austrian economic style use case, but there are many more use cases. The 1,000 flowers that have bloomed on Ethereum and other smart contract blockchains since has been incredible. And as Hasib said, we're going to see a proliferation of blockchains. One, the incentives are just too strong. Second, there are different trade-offs you're making between decentralization and security and programmability. There are people coming up who are saying, well, we're more programmable. Agoric is saying you can write JavaScript-based smart contracts. There are people who are saying that we're faster and simpler out of the box. You don't have to deal with layer 2s and roll-ups and sharding and all that. You just write and it's easy to run. There's some parts of the spectrum I don't understand. Things like Binance Smart Chain, the level of decentralization is so low, they just stick their name in it. But it's obviously for the people who care a lot less about decentralization, a lot more about cost and performance and so on. It's going to be a very rich ecosystem. Blockchains are a fundamental shift into a new form of computing. And I think you do have to be good-natured about it because there are all these disingenuous attacks on it. Like the Berkeley professor who wrote this long piece about how his Raspberry Pi has more throughput and therefore ETH or Bitcoin will fail. It was just a nonsense comparison. It's just apples and oranges. You're comparing an airplane to a car, just two different things. Yet he wrote pages and pages of this, like only a Berkeley professor could. I guess these are what Nassim Taleb calls the IYIs. Nassim has the completely opposite Twitter strategy of Vitalik, where if somebody attacks him, he just executes them.
Speaking of which, Vitalik, who would you say are your enemies?
Unfortunately, Vladimir Putin's lovely Russian government is one of my enemies now. I did talk to him 5 years ago. I believe in talking to people. I talked to Putin, I talked to the vice premier of Taiwan at one point, I talked to people in the government of Singapore, I talked to people in Canada, UK, and lots of places. But at the same time, there definitely are times where you make the judgments that you have given someone enough latitude, and as much as it would be good to give someone even more love, unfortunately, at the present time, there are cities that are being bombed, there are millions of lives and people's families and futures that are being potentially destroyed and cut short, and a beautiful country that risks being turned into Syria. Ultimately, first priority has to be doing all that we can to help people affected by that situation. So that's a really unfortunate thing, and I've been very public in speaking out that I do fully support Ukraine, and I do strongly oppose all of the characters that are complicit in trying to destroy Ukraine as a country and as a nation. And I used a Russian profanity that some Ukrainian soldiers made famous because of how they used it as a brave show of defiance against Russian soldiers that demanded they surrender. And I repeated it to the head of Russia today. So my general approach was that I don't believe in being mean 0% of the time. I believe in being mean like maybe 0.5% of the time. If you're mean only 0.5% of the time, then that actually makes that meanness more effective. Whereas if you're the sort of person that being mean is your default mode of discourse, that at some point people just stop paying attention to it.
The Bitcoin community can learn from that a little bit. Although there are definitely kind people within Bitcoin too, is we just have to be a little quieter because the maxis dominate. I'd like to talk a little bit about the unusual aspects of your life. And not because we're celebrity chasing or navel gazing here, but because it points towards where you can live your life, right? One unusual thing about your life is that you don't seem to have large collections of houses and cars, and you're not doing the standard wealth thing. Another is you're still working as this leader of this decentralized organization. You speak some very large number of languages. Would you mind giving us an idea, a week in the life of Vitalik, or a month in the life of Vitalik? And it might be so interesting to look at where it's different than the normal person's life.
The last 6 months of my life, I was in San Francisco, Toronto, Argentina, Costa Rica, Mexico, Singapore, so a big long assortment of places. I've been a nomad for about 8 years now. I started doing that as part of my Bitcoin trip in 2013, and then Ethereum started, and it's like my Bitcoin trip never stopped. I just kept on going to different places. Because I was the person that was willing to travel to any particular events to talk to people, people just kept on piling more places for me to visit. Eventually, that part of my lifestyle just became permanent.
And you've given away ridiculous amounts of money, right? ETH, if I remember correctly, had 7 founders, and you've probably been among the most generous of them. Do you plan on giving it all away or most of it away? Does money not matter to you?
I plan on putting the money toward things that are the most important and meaningful to the world.
How many languages do you speak?
It depends on what counts, somewhere between 4 and 6.
And pretty fluently, right? I saw you on an airplane once speaking fluent Chinese, which caught me off guard a little bit. Was that something you learned recently?
Well, Chinese over the last 5 years. English and Russian I grew up with. French I learned in school, and Chinese, and then some German and some Spanish.
I was going to ask, you said you're still on your Bitcoin trip. When is your Bitcoin trip going to be finished?
It might never be. A few years ago I thought that I would settle down eventually, but then during COVID, I spent about 6 months in Singapore, and I realized that, wow, at this point, my brain is rewired and I'm just not meant to stay in one place. The nomading is probably never going to end. It was liberating, realizing that I'm off the standard track for good, and I'm fine with that.
I got one last question which will be useful for my audience. A lot of people who listen to these kinds of podcasts, they're just trying to be the best version of themselves, whether it's the happiest or the most successful or the healthiest or the fittest. And I'm wondering if you have any philosophy that helps you make decisions that you think contributed to where you are today. A conscious philosophy where you're like, should I put time into my own education, or should I travel, or what have you? Is there any advice you would have for a young person who's sort of going down the standard track? The standard track is I went to high school, I go to college, I get a degree, then I go get a job, blah, blah, blah. Is there any advice you would give them, given where the world is today and what you have learned?
Strive to be a better person at the end of every week than you were at the beginning of it. what better means can be very different. It could mean learn something, it could mean exercise and get better at running than you were before, it could mean improving your ability to interact positively with other people, it could mean try something new, visit a country that you haven't visited before, and add some experience. Live every week so you don't feel like at the end of the week you've wasted it. Keep on moving forward and you'll be fine.
Don't live life on autopilot. Haseeb, you got any closing questions or remarks or thoughts?
I know that I'm not alone in saying that the crypto world owes you an enormous debt in having moved forward. There's a great man theory of history that feels more and more outdated over time, but you're one of the few examples of a living person who has massively and single-handedly moved forward history. And I know it probably is difficult for you to have the sense of everything that Ethereum has done in the world, and feel it, but I can tell you that all of us owe an enormous amount of what we're doing with our lives to what you started.
I would echo that by saying it's what's remarkable how young you are. And you're already a multi-act person because you contributed significantly to telling people about Bitcoin. You contributed, obviously, by creating ETH. And then you've also contributed through the creation of Uniswap and AMMs and now pushing social recovery wallets and privacy and so on. You have a multi-act career in front of you, and I look forward to seeing the future acts. As you were talking about improve every week, that's compound interest. And compound interest is a function of the number of iterations, not time. So as you keep iterating and iterating, I'm curious to see the Vitalik that comes out the other side, the huge, huge impact that he has. And honestly, for someone like you, politics is a waste of time. And yes, you have to engage in it because you have to coordinate people. But I'm sure at some point you're going to have some great idea. And this time, instead of having to create it yourself against all odds, you'll be able to recruit a great team and finance them and shepherd them into building something as impactful in a parallel domain. So looking forward to that. I know you do a lot of these. We tried to make it a little different, keep it a little more high level, keep it a little more timeless. You're tireless on the podcast circuit, so thanks again, and hope to be helpful to you and the Ethereum community.
And opinions. He's a prolific tech investor in companies like Twitter, Uber, and many more. And I'm the co-founder of AngelList with Naval, and I also co-authored the Venture Hacks blog with him back in the day.
Yeah, the How to Get Rich Speedstorm definitely hit a nerve. A lot of people say it was helpful, reach across aisles, and people outside of the tech industry, people in all walks of life. People who want to know how to solve their money problem. And everyone vaguely knows that they want to be wealthy, but they don't have a good set of principles to do it by.
What's the difference between wealth, money, and status?
Wealth is the thing that you really want. Wealth is assets that earn while you sleep. Wealth is the factory that with the robots is cranking out things. Wealth is the computer program that's running at night that's serving other customers. Wealth is even money in the bank that is being reinvested into other assets and into other businesses. Even a house can be a form of wealth because you can rent it out, although that's probably a lower use of productivity of the land than actually doing some commercial enterprise. So my definition of wealth is much more businesses and assets that you earn while you sleep. But really the reason you want wealth is because it buys you freedom. So you don't have to wear a tie like a collar around your neck. So you don't have to wake up at 7 a.m. and rush to work and sit in commute traffic. So you don't have to waste away your entire life grinding all the productive hours into a soulless job that doesn't fulfill you. So the purpose of wealth is freedom. It's nothing more than that. It's not to buy fur coats or drive Ferraris or sail yachts or jet around the world in the Gulf Stream. That stuff gets really boring and really stupid really fast. It's really just so that you are your own sovereign individual. You're not going to get that unless you really want it. And the entire world wants it. And the entire world is working hard at it. And to some extent it is competitive. It's a positive sum game, but there are competitive elements to it. Because there's a finite amount of resources right now in society, and to get the resources to do what you want, you have to stand out. Money is how we transfer wealth. Money is social credits. It is the ability to have credits and debits of other people's time. If I do my job right, if I create value for society, society says, oh, thank you, we owe you something in the future for the work that you did in the past. Here's a little IOU, let's call that money. And that money gets debased because people steal the IOUs, the government prints extra IOUs, people renege on their IOUs. But really what money is trying to do, it is trying to be a reliable IOU from society that you are owed something for something you or someone who gave you the money did in the past. And we can transfer the IOUs around. So really money is how we transfer wealth. There are fundamentally two huge games in life that people play. One is the money game, because money is not going to solve all your problems, but it's going to solve all your money problems. So I think that people know that. They realize that, so they want to make money. But at the same time, many of them deep down believe that they can't make it. They don't want any wealth creation to happen. So they sort of virtue signal by attacking the whole enterprise by saying, well, making money is evil, and you shouldn't do it, blah, blah, blah. But what they're trying to do is they're actually playing the other game, the status game. They're trying to be high status in the eyes of other people watching by saying, well, I don't need money, we don't want money. And then status is just your ranking in the social hierarchy. So wealth is not a zero-sum game. Everybody in the world can have a house. Because you have a house doesn't take away from my ability to have a house. If anything, the more houses that are built, the easier it becomes to build houses, the more we know about building houses, and just the more people that can have houses. So wealth is a very positive sum game. We create things together. We're starting this endeavor to create this, hopefully, piece of art that explains what we're doing. At the end of it, something brand new will be created. It's a positive sum game. Status, on the other hand, is a zero-sum game. It's a very old game. We've been playing it since monkey tribes, and it's hierarchical. Who's number one, who's number two, who's number three. And for number three to move to number two has to move out of that slot. So status is a zero-sum game. Politics is an example of a status game. Even sports is an example of a status game. To be the winner, there must be a loser. I don't fundamentally love status games. They play an important role in our society, so we figure out who's in charge, but fundamentally, you play them because they're a necessary evil. The problem is, on an evolutionary basis, like if you go back thousands of years, status is a much better predictor of survival than wealth is. You couldn't have wealth before the farming age, before farmers, because you couldn't store things. Hunter-gatherers carried everything in their backs. So hunter-gatherers lived entirely in status-based societies. Farmers started going to wealth-based societies, and the modern industrial economies are much more heavily wealth-based societies. But there's always a subtle competition going on between status and wealth. For example, when journalists attack rich people or attack the technology industry, they're really bidding for status. They're saying, no, the people are more important, and I, the journalist, represent the people, and therefore I am more important. The problem is that by playing these status games, to win a status game, you have to put somebody else down. That's why you should avoid status games in your life, because they make you into an angry, combative person. You're always fighting to put other people down, to put yourself and the people that you like up. And they're always going to exist, there's no way around it. But just realize that most of the time, when you're trying to create wealth, you're actually getting attacked by someone else. And they're trying to look like the goody two-shoes, but really what they're doing is they're trying to up their own status at your expense. They're just playing a different game, and it's a worse game. It's a zero-sum game instead of a positive-sum game.
Next, go into more specific details on how you can actually get rich and how you can't get rich. The first point was about how you're not going to get rich. You're not going to get rich renting out your time. You must own equity, a piece of a business, to gain your financial freedom.
This is probably one of the absolute most important points. People seem to think that you can create wealth and make money through work, and it's probably not going to work. There are many reasons for that, but the most basic is just that your inputs are very closely tied to your outputs. In almost any salaried job, even the one that's paying a lot per hour, like a lawyer or a doctor, you're still putting in the hours, and every hour you get paid. So what that means is when you're sleeping, you're not earning. When you're retired, you're not earning. When you're on vacation, you're not earning. And you can't earn non-linearly. If you look at even doctors who get rich, like really rich, it's because they open a business. They open like a private practice, and that private practice builds a brand, and that brand attracts people, or they build some kind of medical device or a procedure or a process with an intellectual property. So essentially, you're working for somebody else, and that person is taking on the risk and has the accountability and the intellectual property and the brand. So they're just not going to pay you enough. They're going to pay you the bare minimum that they have to get you to do the job. And that can be a high bare minimum, but it's still not going to be true wealth where you're retired. And then finally, you're actually just not even creating that much original for society. Like I said, this tweet storm should have been called How to Create Wealth. It's just how to get rich with a more catchy title. But you're not creating new things for society. You're just doing things over and over. And you're essentially replaceable because you're now doing a set role. Most set roles can be taught. If they can be taught, like in a school, then eventually you'll be competing with someone who's got more recent knowledge, who's been taught and is coming in to replace you.
you're much more likely to be doing a job that can be eventually replaced by a robot or by an AI. And it doesn't even have to be wholesale replaced overnight. It can be replaced a little bit at a time, and that kind of eats into your wealth creation and therefore your earning capability. So fundamentally, your inputs are matched to your outputs, you're replaceable, and you're not being creative. I just don't think that that is a way that you can truly make money. So everybody who really makes money at some point owns a piece of a product or a business or some kind of IP. That can be through stock options. So you can be working at a tech company, that's a fine way to start. But usually the real wealth is created by starting your own company or by, even investors, they're in an investment firm and they're buying equity. So these are much more the routes to wealth. It doesn't come 3 hours. You really just want a job or a career or a profession where your inputs don't match your outputs. So if you look at modern society, again, just later in the tweet storm, businesses that have high creativity and high leverage tend to be ones where you could do an hour of work and it can have a huge effect, or you can do 1,000 hours of work and it can have no effect. For example, look at software engineering. One great engineer can, for example, create Bitcoin and create billions of dollars worth of value. An engineer who's working on the wrong thing or not quite as good or just not as creative or thoughtful or whatever can work for an entire year, and every piece of code they ship ends up not getting used. Customers don't want it. That is an example of a profession where the input and the outputs are highly disconnected. It's not based on the number of hours that you put in. Whereas on the extreme other end, if you're a lumberjack, even the best lumberjack in the world, assuming they're not working with tools, so the inputs and outputs are pretty connected with using an axe or a saw, the best lumberjack in the world may be like 3x better than one of the worst lumberjacks, right? It's not going to be a gigantic difference. So you want to look for professions and careers where the inputs and the outputs are highly disconnected. This is another way of saying that you want to look for things that are leveraged. And by leverage, I don't mean financial leverage alone like Wall Street uses, and that has a bad name. I'm just talking about tools. We're using tools. Computer is a tool that software engineers use. If I'm a lumberjack with bulldozers and automatic robot axes and saws, I'm going to be using tools and have more leverage than someone who's just using his bare hands and trying to rip the trees out by their roots. Tools and leverage are what create this disconnection between inputs and outputs. Creativity, so the higher the creativity component of a profession, the more likely it is to have disconnected inputs and outputs. So I think that if you're looking at professions where your inputs and your outputs are highly connected, it's going to be very, very, very hard to create wealth and make wealth for yourself in that process.
Let's look at this next tweet, which I thought was cryptic and also super interesting about the kind of job or career that you might have. You said the internet has massively broadened the possible space of careers. Most people haven't figured this out yet.
The fundamental property of the internet, more than any other single thing, is it connects every human to each other human on the planet. So you can now reach everyone, whether it's by emailing them personally, whether it's by broadcasting to them on Twitter, whether it's by posting something on Facebook that they find, whether it's by putting a website they come and access. It connects everyone to everyone. So the internet is an inter-networking tool. It connects everybody. That is its superpower. So you want to use that. What that helps you figure out is that the internet means that you can find your audience for your product or your talent and skill, no matter how far away they are. For example, Nenad, who's Illustratus, if he was in these videos pre-internet, how would he get the message out there? It would just be, what would he do? He would run around where he lives in his neighborhood, showing it to people on a computer or a screen, or he would try to get it played at a local movie theater. It was impossible. It only works because he can put it on the internet. And then how many people in the world are really interested in it, or even interested in what we're talking about, are really going to absorb it, right? It's going to be a very small subset of humanity. The key is being able to reach them. So what the internet does is allows any niche obsession, which could be just the weirdest thing. It could be like people who collect snakes, to like people who like to ride hot air balloons, to people who like to sail around the world by themselves, just one person on a craft, or someone who's obsessed with miniature cooking, like there's this whole Japanese miniature cooking phenomenon, or there's a show about a woman who goes to people's houses and tidies it up, right? So whatever niche obsession you have, the internet allows you to scale. Now that's not to say that what you build will be the next Facebook that reach billions of users, but if you just want to reach 50,000 passionate people like you, there's an audience out there for you.
So the beauty of this is that we have 7 billion beings on this planet. The combinatorics of human DNA are incredible. Everyone is completely different. You'll never meet any two people who are vaguely similar to each other that can substitute for each other. It's not like you can say, well, Nibby just left my life, so I can have this other person come in and be just like Nibby, and I get the same feelings, the same responses, and the same ideas. No, there are no substitutes for people. People are completely unique. So given that, each person has different skill sets, different interests, different obsessions, and it's that diversity that becomes a creative superpower. So each person can be creatively superb at their own unique thing. But before, that didn't matter, because if you were living in a little fishing village in Italy, like your fishing village didn't necessarily need your completely unique skill, and you had to conform to just the few jobs that were available. But now, today, you can be completely unique. You can go out on the internet and you can find your audience, and you can build a business and create a product and build wealth and make people happy, just uniquely expressing yourself through the internet. Space of careers has been so broadened. Esports players, people making millions of dollars playing Fortnite, people creating videos and uploading them, YouTube broadcasters, bloggers, podcasters. Joe Rogan, I read, true or false, I don't know, but I read that he's going to make about $100 million a year on his podcast, and he's had 2 billion downloads. Even PewDiePie, this is a hilarious tweet that I retweeted the other day. PewDiePie is the #1 trusted name in news. This is a kid, I think, in Sweden, and he's got 3 times the distribution of the top cable news networks, just on his news channel. It's not even on his entertainment channel. The internet enables any niche interest, as long as you're the best at it, to scale out. And the great news is, because every human is different, everyone is the best at something, being themselves. Another tweet I have that is worth kind of weaving in, but didn't go into this tweet storm, was a very simple one. I like things when I can compress them down, because they're easy to remember and easy to hold on to. But that one was, escape competition through authenticity. So basically, when you're competing with people, it's because you're copying them. It's because you're trying to do the same thing. But every human is different. Don't copy. I know we're mimetic creatures.
Don't copy.
Yeah, I think there's this notion that making money is evil, right?